the motherfucking intro. I'm just trying to get that money like 1-0-0-0-0-0-0-0-0-0. I'm here with Gino.
Hey, danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player. Feeling like Pac. Represent. On my block. Try to knock me down, but I come up on top. Yeah, they wanna see me flop. Got a plot, want a lot. I won't stop on my pops. Got so many flows, it's insane. They don't really understand the game. Got a plan and it's plain, I ain't playing. I'm just trying to gain. I wanna get that big bag, need that D-Rex. Blow up Tic Tac with a blue cheese at. I don't give a fuck about your feedback. Eat that, get back, sit back, watch me spit that kickback. Got so many flows, yeah, they think that I'm insane. Ghetto kids in a lot of pain, all about the bills, ain't shit changed. Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game, I'm a player. If you a hater, I don't hate you. I'm just really happy that I ain't you. I just wanna thank you. You kept me motivated, so now I motivate you. There's a lot of cake, money on my mind like a banker. Coming through with them bangers, ain't no room for mistakes. Lot of stake, hustle till we get a lot of rooms, lot of stakes. Good kid, but I keep it gangsta. All gas, no brakes. Got cash for the case. More cash in the case. More cash in the safe. More cash on the way. Hustling all day. Ay. Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player.
Danger, coming with them bangers. Where my fucking paper.
Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. They been trying to get me cheap like a thrift shop, but I told them it's my time, check the wristwatch. They been talking way before they even doing something. Whoa. If they wanna play, let's get a tip off. Ain't no silver lining, dawg, this some rose gold. Getting new money, I'm a old soul. Yeah, I get it bouncing like a pogo. Whoa. And I'm too cold like Frozone. And my chick elastic, girl. Told them we ain't in the fake and this ain't plastic, girl. Bought a new whip and cash, now my tax is thorough. Way I'm shooting like step, but my pass is bro. The way I'm playing the field, I'm in a league of my own. And now they all in their fields, I got them all on my phone. But dog, I'm hitting the climb, I got no time on the low. Way I'm shooting is messy, the way I'm hitting the goals. I'm taking big shots, just stop. Way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. I just left, but you know I'm coming back though. Whoa. And you know I don't play by my rags though. Now go and turn it up to the max, whoa. Send a paper to me now like a fax, whoa. Yeah. Got 2 phones ringing off the hook now. When I'm in the city, I get looks now. I was going bad, but I'm good now. Said I had to go and put my foot down. Told them I'ma get it and go. Even in the summer, man, they knowing I'm cold. I got a couple checks coming that I made off the flows. Might get a couple more popping if I do it some more. I gotta do it for real. Said I'm back in my bag. All my digits are climbing just like they all on a dash. And they tell me slow down, cause dog, I'm moving too fast. Might go and cop me a Tesla, cause dog, I still got a gas. Said I'm taking big shots, just stop. Where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6-5. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the road, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the road, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On the road, here we go, here we go.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Frankie Candles live stream here at 11:47 a.m. We're going live early today. If something crazy happens, maybe we'll go live later tonight as well. But I wanted to go over some key levels as Bitcoin did get a little bit of a continuation to the downside and now getting a pretty strong bounce. Are we going to see a snap of the $97,900, almost $98,000 highs? Are we headed to 100K and beyond? I'm going to cover all those answers in today's live stream. So shout out to the CandleMafia. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to Ace said, great, it's time. It's time for me to take an early lunch. Hey, shout out to Ace. Take that lunch break, baby, and try to make some money while you're at it. Shout out to Alexandra G in the chat. We got Flip Frank saying early sauce. Seems like a lot of you guys are liking the earlier live streams. And guys, the internet company said they're coming to, they were coming to do work today. They didn't show up yet, so I'm just going live. Screw them. If they cut us off, I might just end abruptly. I don't know. We might lose internet. But I figured while I have internet, I might as well go live because if it dies later today, you know, they said they were coming. So I don't know what's going on. We're gonna have to go talk to the manager. But let's see. The auctioneer is back, baby. Shout out to Mido. Yeah. It's like one of the most common comments I get. This guy sounds like an auctioneer. He should narrate horse races. Coming around the left corner, we got number 2. Oh, my God. But let's see. Got the short. Shout out to Perry. Yeah, we did have the short in the premium Discord. Did play out for about 2%. I mean, still technically in play here. But I wanted to cover some of the potential possibilities of coming back to the upside and snapping above to get above $98,000. Some of the higher targets I'm looking at. And then if we do see that continuation down, we tried to find some of the local levels of support yesterday, and there were quite a few of them. So I kind of want to go over the big ones that I'll be watching if we do get that continuation down. Shout out to Mr. Ethereum, said day trading and watching Frankie would be sick every day. Let's go. Shout out to Mr. Ethereum. It's really annoying, guys, because yesterday I was going to try to go live for New York Open. The internet was down. I really am going to try to go live a lot more often during the day. Maybe go live during New York Open sometime so we can watch the live price action and just kind of watch it together, narrate it, give you guys my live thoughts on what I'm thinking. But yeah, 2 words, bing bong. Shout out to Nope. What is going on, bro? Welcome in. But guys, we got a lot to look at here on the chart. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump on into the charts because that's what we're here for. So let's get into it. All right, so here we are, guys, and obviously, if you guys tuned in yesterday, you will know, or if you've been watching the streams at all or the market updates this week, you will know we were watching this massive level of resistance here, sitting around the macro POC of the range. Right now, we are currently sitting above it. We're kind of just playing around with the level. We did wind up getting the short, as I said, in the premium Discord. I'll pull up the daily MPOCs. Let me go ahead and hide these real quick. Bada boom. Bada bing, right? So obviously, we had the macro POC, which, for anybody who has not been caught up here, right, macro POC of this overall volume profile pulled all the way back from last November. So that did come in at about 96.3. So it moves around on the different time frames, but about $96,300. And then we had the daily naked point of control. We even had another daily MPOC down here. And of course, we did have that larger golden pocket retracement sitting in here as well, giving us kind of that zone between 96.3 and $98,000. And this is a level that we have been watching for quite some time. We finally came up in there, and we did get to SFP of the highs here of these little wicks right here. We did go ahead and take that short position. As I said, it has already kind of played out here, or at least started to play out for a nice little 2.5% drop to the downside. And the idea here, guys, is I am treating this as a scalp position and more of a hedge against my long. Obviously, I am still long from about $85,000, and just treating this as a little bit of a hedge, right? Because when we look at the higher time frames, we understood that this daily money flow was coming up, and as we were tapping into this value area low / golden pocket 786 retracement, when that money flow is coming up and you're above that value area low, it is valid to look for higher lows and higher highs, making us anticipate this level 2 days ago on the market update, 96K incoming question mark, right? Well, when you get above that value area low, the POC becomes the next highest probability magnetic target. And of course, looking for that uptrend to continue. If we were going to put in a higher high, that was the major level to look at. Although we have been looking at this for quite some time, we just couldn't get up there. And finally, we saw some volatility come in, and we did tap into that level. And of course, the long continued to play out, and we did take advantage of that little scalp opportunity in the premium up here as we have been waiting for that level. Now, I have been waiting for this level for so long, and as I was discussing with you guys last night, I took a shot here, right? And I am looking at it as a hedge / scalp-ish type trade until proven otherwise, because, as this is a golden pocket, if we are going to get a shocking kind of bigger drop to the downside, and again, I'll cover those big key levels to look at down below. Technically, this could be the first place to look for a lower high. However, with the daily money flow coming up, I am going to be overall anticipating higher lows and higher highs, and I'm going to let that bigger swing trade, if it does come in, I'm going to let that hit me by surprise. I have not even taken profits here just yet. I just am still holding the trade. If I stop out, I'll take a little bit of a loss there. I didn't even move my stop loss to break even. I'm just going to hold this, right? If it doesn't play out, I'll take a tiny little loss on that. And if we flip, if we are going to get a bigger continuation up, of course, I will cover those targets with you guys and kind of talk about, well, I'll just talk about it right now. Really what we want to do is we want to break above that golden pocket, of course, stay above the POC. But once we get above that golden pocket and hold it as support, the next likely place for price to go is going to be very likely that 786 Fibonacci retracement sitting at about 101.7. And obviously, we have been watching that 50-week moving average very closely, which is confluent with that 786 right here, right? So if we do end up getting above $98,000, we flip it to support. I will be anticipating, come on, give me that. Come on, there we go. We will be anticipating that 786 50-week moving average, which the 50-week moving average is that big target that we've all been looking at, right? I think a lot of people are looking at it, and it's like, we more often than not will get that. Not more often, every single other cycle, right? We've seen as you get that first big drop to the downside, you can see massive retracements come in. This one was about 46%. I didn't get that wick to wick. But you can see these big retracements, right? We saw the signs there. We had some hidden bullish divergences on the weekly, higher highs. higher lows, lower lows. There's that weekly bull div, but of course that money flow is still coming out. So you got to be careful on these Fibonacci retracements, but I would say locally, it does look like there is a possibility here that we could continue up with that money flow coming up on the daily. And what I would like to see here is a flip of that $98,000 level. And that's obviously going to be the invalidation for the short, because if you're not going to put in a lower high here for some kind of significant retracement, which we've already gotten a little one, obviously we will be looking for another push into the 786 anchored VWAP, which also is confluent with our previous value area here. And this does actually technically extend up to about, I would call it about 104K. We have the anchored VWAP from the all-time high. We have the 50-week moving average, the 786, and the value area high of the range. And I'm just going to be viewing this very simply, guys. This is a volume profile, of course. You can see turbulence here on the POC, but with that money flow coming up, you can look for higher lows and potential higher highs to come in, and that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday. It's like, what are those key levels to look at if we're looking for the higher lows and continuations up, and that's kind of what I want to talk about. But just in general, right, you're above the low, into the POC, maybe a little turbulence, can capitalize on those scalp positions, and then if we look for that continuation up, you basically just want to flip the POC. Obviously, you got to get above the golden pocket too, but the general theory is get above the POC, opens up the door to the value area high, and it is perfectly confluent with all of these other major levels. This is the most important level on the chart, guys. Absolutely 100% the most important level, because once we're able to, if we are able, I should say, to flip above this zone, that is where I think the bigger pump comes in, and we could potentially start looking up towards about 108. And I don't want to get carried away, but potentially 115K. I'm not guaranteeing that we can come up there, right? Of course, we are reactionary-based traders here. So if we see that the top could be coming in here, right, we're going to look to short that sucker all the way back down, because the higher time frames are still technically looking very similar to 2021 with the money flow coming out, potentials for lower highs and lower lows to come in. Whether it comes in here or here, those are possibilities. But of course, we see that money flow coming up on the daily. That gives me a little bit of a bias that we can continue up a little bit more. And then once we get above here, that kind of last level, that final boss, is going to be up here on the full Fibonacci Golden Pocket 786 retracement between about 108K and 115K. And both of those levels, guys, are confluent with very important value areas that we have on the chart. I'll pull them up right here, right? You have the $108,000 value area high coming in confluence with the golden pocket. And then when we turn on our full macro volume profile, right, the value area high is perfectly confluent with that 786. So obviously you could just look at this range altogether. But again, like you flip this POC, you would say, hey, value area high is open, right? Full rotation of the profile. Definitely possible, especially that it comes in confluence with that 786. But of course, you want to take it step by step. There's no guarantee that you have to fill that entire range, because those lower highs can come in on these local Fibonacci retracements. Especially this one is going to be very important. Flipping that anchored VWAP, anchored VWAP and 50-week moving average would be a very good sign for that big continuation up through the bigger profile. But until we do that, I'm going to keep this range off the chart. And we're just going to keep a look out on this one, right? So this range, if you guys want to get it on your chart, value area low sitting at about $92,300. This level will come back into play when I start talking about the key levels to the downside. And then POC sits at about 96.6, right? 96.3 is the real big one I'm looking at. This one's slightly different, but about 96.6 here on the point of control. And then the value area high comes in here at about 103,488. So this is the volume profile I'll be looking at. And just to kind of like simplify it for you, of course, the key levels are very important to look at. We got that perfect rejection from the daily naked point of control. It's literally how we were able to get that short, like almost at that exact level. But if you're just looking at this very simply, you want to keep it nice and elementary here. There's your volume profile, right? As long as we can stay above this value area low, right, you could still be looking for continuations through that profile. So what are those key levels to the downside? Because yesterday we covered some of these, and I talked about how, you could look at so many different Fibonacci retracements, right? But like the first major one that I would be looking at is going to be from the previous significant swing low all the way up to the high here. And you guys can see here we did push into this Fibonacci retracement, and we are getting the bounce, right? So technically you can put the higher low in here. And when we take a look at Market Cipher B, we do have a 4-hour green dot. It's not super close, but you can see the VWAP is rolling over, or should say rolling up. If we get that green dot on the 4-hour, I can also say that this 4-hour does look like it might want to print another bearish divergence. So if we get the bounce from here, we could potentially come up and take the high into that $98,000 level, and then that could kind of form that bearish divergence, right? And of course, not necessarily going to be looking at that as a massive drop to the downside, but could be some kind of a correction there. Very similar to yesterday in the premium Discord. Part of the one of the things that we were looking at up here for the short position was the 80-minute and 90-minute bearish divergences. You get the higher highs, you get the lower highs. Right now, of course, you could always short the top of that POC, but really what I like to see, like there's no bearish divergences here at the time. What happens? Little wiggle down, push back up, bearish divergence. And that's why I prefer the short up here rather than here. Not to say that it's guaranteed to play out more. Well, I think it's already played out a little bit more, but you get that 80-minute bearish divergence, and then you get the little wiggle to the downside. And actually, let me see if I could pull this up real quick. Let me see if I can pull this up in the Discord because it's kind of crazy, right? Like, I'm not going to pretend like we sit here and call every single move to a T with these, like, lines. But you can see, right, we're looking at that 80-minute bearish divergence printing, letting the Discord know, hey, if we can confirm these, we might be able to get a drop down. This is just kind of generally, if we were going to put in a higher low, where I'd be looking, 95.4. And then, of course, 95.333, like literally follow that line absolutely perfectly. And just based off those bearish divergences printing. So sometimes when I look at that 4 hour, right, that 4 hour bearish divergence potentially looking to print, right, because if that green dot prints and we get another push up, could put in a lower high, but that would call for a higher high on price action. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. Also, the 15-minute money flow has just crossed into the green. This isn't perfectly confluent on what I like to see on the market site for B116 strategies. I like to see the 4 hour green dot printing at the same time. I like to see that 15-minute money flow crossover. But this is somewhat confluent. You got the 15-minute money flow coming up, potential 4 hour green dot incoming. So that is what I'm going to be looking at for a potential break of the highs. And of course, right, that in that case, I will stop out of the short position. The long position will keep running. And what is that next key level to look at to the upside? Well, we took a look at it yesterday, and it's simply going to be about $100,000, right? That $100,000 psychological level here is really the next technical level above us. And, obviously you want to pay attention to the volume profile levels, but, when you're looking for that turbulence, potential scalp positions, right, that $100,000 level is really that next place that I would be looking, or really the only other place that I can see here on the chart, right? And if we pull up the Fibonacci retracement, let me go ahead and pop that back up here, right? That does get pretty close to your 786. So you have a few different levels up here, but I would say if we do take out 98K and we wind up getting some kind of a squeeze to the upside, that $100,000 level is going to be the big one to look at. And then, that could be just on the way to the 786. So that's what I'm going to be looking at to the upside. But if we do get the continued cool-off, guys, if this short does continue to play out and we get a little bit more of a correction, how low can we go where I will still be willing to look for higher lows, right? Well, hyper-locally, we did have the swing low to the high, golden pocket 786 retracement. So this is a place where we could potentially put that in. Crazy. Literally in the Discord, looking at a scalp setup here, and it just instantly played out. I'm not going to go over the whole thing. It was like a just very simple volume profile setup with bull divs below the value area. We're currently playing around in that local POC. I could probably just pull up the profile. I'm not going to mark it out in full. Let me come on down to a lower time frame, right? So we just deviated below the low. We had some low time frame bullish divergences. We also had the 30-minute bull divs printing here, lower lows, higher lows outside of your profile, and then it just instantly just Lambo candled up. I couldn't even take the trade myself, let alone get it in the Discord, but very, very technical move, and now we are just fighting that local Fibonacci retracement, right? So, if we get above here, probably headed up at least above these highs. But if we do see the continued move to the downside, right, let's just say that doesn't play out. If we do get the move back down, this continues, right, overall, because we do still have a high, a low, a lower high, a lower low. This could still be a lower high for a lower low. If we do see that continue out and we break below that 786, what is the next key level I'm looking at? Well, let's pull up our daily naked points of controls. And I do like this level here, guys. We have a daily MPOC sitting at about 94,956. And this is also, let me see, do I have it? That's the short. Actually, I think it is in this folder. Let me just pull this up real quick. Well, this is confluent with the, technically, right, pretty close to. We almost tapped that 786, but this was kind of the level I wanted to see for a potential bounce, right? Those daily MPOCs do act as a magnet for price. We got the early bounce front running the 786, but if we do come back down, this sits between this is about 95,000 to 90, about 95K. This would be kind of the lowest I would like to go locally to see an aggressive continuation up, right? So if we come back in here, right, hopefully we can hold that, get another push to the upside. But if we end up losing this level, guys, we lose 95K, and I will pull up. Let me actually pop this back up on the chart real quick. Let me just hide some of this stuff. I want to pull up this volume profile here. So you can see, right, we have a little bit of volume forming up here. Underneath us, you got some levels here, right? You got, the range low right here. Just below that, you have a little high volume node. But in general, I don't know if you guys can see this. Pretty big volume, pretty big volume, pretty big gap, right? So if we do end up losing that value, or this local value area low /786 at about 95K, right, we could see that continuation down into this much bigger zone of support. Now, I can't guarantee we're going to get down there, right? We also have some bullish CVD forming up here, which does kind of make me another reason why I am thinking maybe we could continue up. But if we do break this, I'll just give you the level 94.8. We lose that level, we could see the continuation down, and underneath us, the next biggest level, in my opinion, is going to be the daily naked point of control, our next daily naked point of control, right on this value area low, sitting between 92.3 and 92.279. And when we pull our golden pocket retracement from the swing low to the high, you can see this is also confluent with a bigger golden pocket. This is the only Fibonacci retracement I'm interested in until we get down here, right? Because, again, these levels are not as strong. And actually, I do also believe if we pull up our current range value area high, or previous range value area high, also comes in that zone. I'd say between about 93K down to 92K, right? And then you have the 786 POC confluence. We'll cover that if and when we get there. But just to kind of mark out those simple key levels for you, lose 94.8. I'd be looking down here between 92 and $92,500 to $92,000. Hopefully, right, for the move up. Maybe we just get it in here. If we come down, right, you still have an opportunity to bounce off the 786 value area low daily MPOC. So that is that first zone, sitting technically between about 95,179 to 94,800, I would call it. And then if we lose that, I'd say local trend continues down, and then we can still put in a larger, higher low. Why am I even looking for a higher low here? Well, it all comes down to that high time frame money flow, right? Not only do we have the daily money flow continuing into the green, right, indicating potential low, high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, but it also keeps you inside your volume profile, and you have the golden pocket 786 there, which is an area where you would look for a higher low, right? It's the exact thing that we were looking at on this higher low. We had a Fibonacci retracement, value area low, keeps it open. So very simply, I would mark these zones off your chart if I were you. 95, let me zoom in here. 95,179 to 94,934. Lose that. Next major zone is going to be sitting at $92,500 to $92,000. Does that make sense? Right? Just looking for the continuation of that trend. Honestly, we would have to be we're pretty far away from this level, honestly. But we really wouldn't be looking at any of these other Fibonacci retracements, right? You have like a nice higher low, a higher high, potential higher low, right? That gives you a clear swing high or swing low to pull to the swing high for your fib. That gives you the zone right here. We're already bouncing off the zone technically if you include the golden pocket. But if we don't continue up here, we continue down, right? That is the last level to bounce off of. You lose that, I'd say that's going to break. Local trend continues down, and then we just are looking for the higher time frame, higher low, right? Maybe we get a wick to the 786. Once we lose that 786, we'll cover those lower levels if and when they come into play. So let's come on down here to a lower time frame real quick. Yeah, just getting another rip off of this POC. I'll be honest, guys. My preference doesn't really. I guess I would probably prefer a move to the downside personally, right? The market's not going to give you what you prefer. You got to trade the market that you have. But I would like to have this short continue out a little bit more. I don't love the fact that we front ran that 786 and daily naked point of control. These are the daily MPOC is a magnetic level, so I'd feel a little bit more comfortable. Taking maybe another long position down here. And we have some setups that we're looking at with confirmations down there in the premium, but we'll see. Well, I'm just kind of letting this play out. If it snaps above the high, we flip 98K and we shoot up to 100, that's fine with me. I'm still holding the long position. That'll continue to pay me out. I'll take a small loss on that short. More often than not, I will say like 9 out of 10 times, guys, after a 2.5% drop to the downside, I'm TP1, stop loss at break even for a guaranteed winning trade, but I am viewing this as a hedge, right? Again, I am long from much lower. So I'm fine taking a small loss on here because I'm going to make that money back plus some on that continuation to the upside. So kind of a cushy position to be in, making money when price goes up and down, literally at the same exact time. But let's see. 92K volume looks good. Yeah, shout out to Nicholas on that profile. You could see that high volume node. Absolutely. We going down to 87K, Frankie? I guarantee it. Shout out to Rudy. I wasn't going to bring up those levels, but technically 89K is a key level. Shout out to Rudy. Let me take some of these local levels off the chart. Just clean it up. Bada boom. Take the box off here. Clean it up. Clean it up. Try to keep it nice and simple for you guys. We're just not in a very simple situation, right? Like, I like to keep things like, oftentimes you guys on the stream, like, we'll just be looking at a clear value area. Value area high, POC, value area low. But in a situation like this where we're seeing the bullish CVD form, we have local levels, I just can't say it's impossible to not come up. I can't say it's impossible to come up and snap these highs. But of course, right? Like, and I know some people might be like, well, like, if you don't know what it's going to do, how do you make money, right? Well, we teach it here every single day. You don't need to know, right? We didn't know 100% that we were going to get the drop down here. And, you know, I could have taken partial profits here. I could still take partial profits and make this a guaranteed winning trade. But I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit, right? Because I've been waiting for this level. It's like, you know what? Screw it. I've been waiting. I'll pay the price if I get stopped out. But again, not going to get wrecked. Number one, not going to get wrecked because I'm going to take a small loss because I have a stop loss. But, it's also hedged with the long, right? So the long will continue to pay me out more than I'm going to lose on that short position, so I continue to make money. And when you learn how to trade the markets like this, you stop looking at the chart as, or you stop looking at trading as like a gamble. This is the short, I got to go all in, and it's got to go down here for me to make money. If it doesn't happen, I'll get wrecked, right? Like, you don't have to trade like that. That is a personal decision, and that's what I try to teach here. I try to teach actual valid, sound trading strategies that can make you money over time, right? You're not going to win every single trade. And that's why most people fail, because they just kind of gamble on a position. They think, oh, if it absolutely dumps down here, which is a valid idea. But like, if it doesn't play out, they're just going to get absolutely cooked because they're not managing the risk. They don't have a plan for their trades. And that's how people get absolutely wrecked. Like, you should never get stopped at be getting kicked out of a position and being like, I got wrecked, right? You should be getting like, oh, that trade didn't play out. I took a small loss. I'm living to fight another day, right? Risk management over win rate every single time. Doesn't matter what strategy you're using. There's nothing in trading that's going to make you 100% certain on your positions. So the only way to actually, have an edge, or, obviously your strategy is going to give you an edge, but the only way to really keep yourself consistently making money over time is managing the risk, right? You can have the best strategy in the world. If you're not managing the risk, if you don't have a plan for the trade, you don't know where you're going to take profit, you're just going to wind up gambling, right? You're just going to hold it. It's all or nothing. Like, it's either going to make me a ton of money, and then you got to hope you have the discipline to take that money when it comes down to hopefully you have some kind of a target. But a lot of people are just like, oh, now I'm up massively. I want more. And then it reverses and they get cooked. Don't be that person. Not good. Let's see. How did you get into the short, Frankie? Shout out to Chichan. Well, we actually just covered that. 80-minute bearish divergences. We also did get, let me come on down to this zone right here. We did have like these relative equal highs, right? You can look at many of these wicks, right? You have these like kind of relative equal highs here. What's going on here? There we go, right? So you did come up. We kind of SFP'd these levels, right? Wick above, closure down below. I actually did take my position off this SFP. And then on top of that, right, like once we came back up for this little resweep, right, I had my stop loss above the high. And then we also had like many confirmations up here. You had the 80-minute and 90-minute bear divs. That was what I was talking about in the Discord here that we were waiting for. Higher highs, lower highs. They were printing. This is on the 24-minute, but we were higher highs, lower highs. I'm not going to pull up every single post. We were obviously looking for that as well. There it is, right? But not only did you get the 80-minute bearish divergences, right, you want to have like confluence here. You want to have all the time frames kind of lining up. You have the 80-minute bear div here, lower highs, higher highs. Obviously, you get the SFP for a potential entry trigger, and then a secondary entry trigger. You also had these local bearish divergences, right? You have the broader ones, and then even here, you have another higher high on price with a lower high on your momentum waves here on the 24. The 30-minute also had that bearish divergence. So you got bear div, and then this could have been your entry trigger for the local bearish divergence, or you could have entered on that SFP. There's a million different ways to look at the level or to look at the entry. But that's what we were looking at, right? 80-minute bear divs, local bear divs. That's nice, right? This is showing a potential macro top. Sometimes you'll wiggle around a little bit, take the high one more time, gives you another bear div, and then you continue to the downside. So there you go, right? Many different ways. I wasn't even really at first paying attention to that SFP, but I just saw it happening in real time. So hopefully that helps you out. I sold my kidney waiting for the short at the 50-week moving average, and now you're saying we should not go all in. I need my kidney back. Shout out to Fantasy Killer. I'd be lying if I said I never sold body parts for a trade or just to buy crypto. It has happened, guys. I'm like half a human being at this point. Bull div on the 30-minute. Yes. This was kind of frustrating earlier today. Let me hide some of this stuff. This was actually this was some of the local levels that we were looking at earlier today. All right, and I'll just pull up the Discord just to kind of show you guys what the plan was there, right? We had the short up here, updated the Discord saying, hey, we're hitting on that golden pocket, literally. And I never say this to brag, guys, like it's literally just to teach, right? We come on down to that golden pocket. I explained to them last night, playing out picture perfect, like literally exactly what we wanted to see, right? Bear divs, calm down. And then, of course, this golden pocket is the first area where we could get the bounce. And just letting them know, the other plans remain the same. Could turn into a swing trade, but for now, going to watch these local levels. Flipping 98K would make me look up to 100K. Might have been on the other one. Where is it? I'm not going to spend forever looking for it. Well, either way, right? Golden pocket, first level of support. Wouldn't be surprised if we bounce there. Literally, the level we get the bounce from. And what happens here, guys? Super, super technical move, right? When we see another thing we were looking at for the continuation down, which kind of didn't end up playing out, to be totally honest. We had the 30-minute money flow crossing into the red with the 8-hour red dot printing at the exact same time, right? That's a market cipher B, 1/16th, bearish setup for a continuation of the downtrend. Well, it did play out, but you see that 30-minute money flow crossing into the red. And I covered this on our live streams earlier, maybe last week, I think, talking about like how to identify whether you should be looking to short the highs or if you should be looking to like enter on the higher low for the continuation up. This 30-minute money flow crossover with the higher time frame 8-hour red dot makes you think, hey, this bounce off the golden pocket, yes, it's an area to look for a higher low, but when you get that bounce, what happens, right? Literally the level that we were looking at last night. From there, get the bounce. But that 30-minute money flow coming out, you would think to yourself, right? Me, the base case there for me is, hey, this bounce is probably going to be a lower high for another lower low to come, right? The continuation of the downtrend. It got a little chopped up here on the money flow, but what happens? You look for the lower high. Where does the lower high likely come in? Golden pocket, 786 retracement, right? That gives you this fib level to look for a potential lower high. Right? And if you don't catch the short from the high, this is oftentimes, I'm never FOMOing in on the candles to the downside. I'm never saying, oh my God, I missed a short, I'm going to catch it here. No, I'm patient. I wait for the bounce. I know this is an area to get a bounce. Then I look at money flow. Money flow is going to tell me, hey, are you going to have an opportunity to look for a short on this bounce? Money flow comes into the red. It tells you do have an opportunity. Where is that opportunity? This is free sauce, guys. Golden pocket 786 retracement. So if you missed the short up here, right, you could wait for the bounce. This is kind of how you can find your own trade setups. You could say to yourself, hey, trend's likely going to continue down. Where's that lower high likely to come in at? Full golden pocket 786. You tap into the golden pocket. That's the lower high for a lower low. Crack of structure to the downside, right? Nice little scalp. And potentially could even continue. So there you go, right? That is... that's kind of how you can find your own trade setups for continuation trades, right? But again, right, like and I know it does get a little confusing here with that money flow coming back up on the 30-minute. It's not always going to be perfect, but a lot of times, right, you'll see that money flow come out, right? You get the bounce, and a lot of times that money flow will just stay in the red. But either way, right, like if you come up here, you can look for like hyper-local confirmations. You can look for bearish CVD. Maybe like I don't know what you got up here. This happened while I was sleeping at 4 a.m. But maybe. You can look for things up here like, low time frame bearish divs. Let's check the 1 minute maybe. There it is, right? So let me actually pull that fib back up. All right, so you pull from the high to the low. All right, set my alert here. I know this is the place I'm looking for the short. Set my alert. Beep, beep, beep. I get the alert. Maybe it wakes me up out of my sleep. Do I have confirmation, right? In this case, you didn't really have much other than this 1 minute bearish divergence. But there's your higher high into your golden pocket, lower high in your momentum wave. Money flow comes out. Continuation. You came for a retap there, but if you had your stop loss above the high, you would have been fine. Depending on your entry, maybe even if you were at break even, you would have stayed in there. But you get one more retap, continuation down. So there you go. Free sauce. People charge for this, guys. Not us. But anyway, let's see here. Greetings, new here. Shout out to We're Alone. Shout out to you, brother. Hopefully we're not alone. But shout out to you, man. Welcome in. Welcome to the CandleMafia. If you're looking to learn how to make money trading Bitcoin, whether price goes up or down, you're for free. You're here in the right place, brother. Welcome. You're part of the family now. Solana, yeah, we can take a look at Solana in just a second. Shout out to Chican. Says, you're expecting a lower high to come in and then bounce higher because of the daily money flow. Well, so to be honest here, right, like the expectation here is it's kind of difficult, right? Like I'm open, right? All I could say is like how I'm handling this. And based off the charts, right, personally, I mean, even though I was like, there was a reason to take this trade, but I preferred to see this level, right? If the level doesn't get tapped, I'm more often than not going to take the trade. But when I look at this and I say, well, hey, we're bouncing off technically the golden pocket 786 zone. Could this be a higher low? Yes. There is a possibility we can come snap the highs. But the idea for the short, the reason I am holding this short and I'm not just closing this, I am not 100% confident whether we're going to come up or down, at least as of right now. Sometimes you have super clear confirmation. All the time frames are lining up, and you can be more confident. But in this specific scenario, if we come up, I wouldn't be super surprised. But the idea for the short, the reason I'm holding this still, and as a hedge, right, because, again, I am long from 85K, which is lower than that. But I'm still long from 85K. So I am holding this as a hedge. And the idea here is, well, hey, if we come down here, this is probably the first place. Maybe I'll move my stop loss to break even. And, when we see some of this money flow on the, 45-minute coming down, 12-hour red dot looking to print. This is multi-time frame analysis. If I get this 12-hour red dot and this 45-minute money flow crosses into the red, it would indicate to me that this trend can continue down. The problem is we have some mixed signals here. But the plan for the short is, I see this setting up. This can play out. I'm going to hold this short in case it does, right? If we do end up continuing the downtrend, maybe we lose this level, we get the bigger drop. Yes, the idea is that if we do continue down, we can still look for higher lows and higher highs on a higher time frame. Right? And this is where a lot of people get tripped up trading because they're thinking like, oh my God, we're breaking market structure, downtrend. Yes, on a lower time frame, of course. But when you shoot up to like the daily, you look at this and you could still come down pretty deep, right? You could potentially even come all the way down here to 92K to potentially put in the higher time frame, higher low for a higher high. Right? So high time frame, daily, money flow coming up money flow indicates the overall trend. This indicates that the trend will likely continue up. Right? And that's how we were able to look at this as the higher low, saying, hey, we could come up and break into our massive key level of resistance. So, yes, if this is going to be locally continue to put in lower highs and lower lows, that could continue the downtrend. But at the end of the day, if we come down here and we start getting bullish confirmation, maybe the money flow is continuing up, then we can look for a bigger higher low and a higher high. And if that doesn't play out, like I said, there's also, you could also take into account that, like, I've been waiting for this level for a long time. I had to take a shot here. Like, even if I got instantly stopped out here, I had to hit this. And again, it's not just gambling, right? I mean, I guess you could say if the confirmations weren't there was plenty of confirmation here to take the trade. But if it didn't play out, right, again, small loss. Right? There's never a time, I don't want to say never, right? I've been wrecked plenty of times. I've gotten liquidated plenty of times, previously. But there's never a time recently, unless it's a complete mistake, I forget to set a stop loss or it's just like a stupid mistake. There's no time where I'm just like, oh my God, I'm totally cooked, right? Why? Because I get to decide how much I risk on each trade. Meaning, when I get stopped out, I know how much I'm going to lose. The exchange literally tells you, if your stop loss is triggered, you lose this much. I only risk what I am willing to lose, a small loss. And if this does end up just giving us we are also seeing a pretty bullish local move to the upside. If this decides to just keep showing strength and give that continuation up, I'll just take a small loss there and continue to hold my long here, right? If I was not holding my long from 85K, I would have been way more inclined to lock in some profits here and protect myself with my stop loss at break even. But again, I am viewing it as a hedge because there are some things pointing here that we could continue down. So we'll see. I think if we're going to come snap that high, the thing to watch for is the 4-hour green dot with the 15-minute money flow. And again, I do personally prefer, I'm not saying it's the higher probability, I do personally prefer to just get a bigger cool off here. Again, I'm not saying that's like the higher probability, but I would kind of prefer this to continue to play out a little bit. Have the short continue to pay us out, then I can start taking some profit there. And then if we end up putting in a higher low, maybe even take some new longs or add to my long position. So again, the major key levels to look at. 95, 180, right, down to 94.8. Lose 94.8, I would be looking for the continuation down to about 92,000. Once we start losing 92K, then we can start talking about a bigger move to the downside. But until then, right, still higher lows and higher highs, not only based off market structure here, right, to see the continuation of the uptrend, right? This would continue that higher high structure. You could even draw a trend line there. Not a big trend line guy, but right. Boop. Right, you want to hold those higher lows. And then from a higher time frame perspective, right, like that's valid, right? But on a lower time frame, you know, you can see those bearish trends. I really do think this is where a lot of people get tripped up, right? They're just like, oh my God, like this is super bearish, right? Like, oh my God, massive downtrend. Sure, right? Like within the context of a 45-minute, of a 15-minute, that does look very bearish. But you have to be able to understand the environment that you're in. And I would say right now, the higher time frame environment is looking for higher lows and higher highs because of this money flow. If I did not have this money flow coming up, I said this yesterday, if this money flow looked the opposite, right, if I invert this, if this money flow looked like this, and we were in a big green wave, and this was, you know, putting in a bearish divergence, all these bearish confirmations with money flow coming out, I'd be very confident in a big drop and continuation of the overall trend to the downside. But right now, obviously, that's not the case, right? We have the daily trend. Now, don't get the daily time frame mixed up with the weekly, right? Daily, and I'll just show you on actual price action because it's a little easier to understand, right? There's your daily money flow crossover in almost the exact same scenario we're in right now. Big drop to the downside, potential retracement into the 50-week moving average, right? I'm just kind of finding things that have looked very similar. Timing of the cycle was very similar. Money flow was very similar. All the signals were very similar, even the hidden bullish divergence we had on the weekly here. You could see, right? Daily money flow crosses up. What am I looking for here, right? Well, a daily trend to the upside. The daily is a pretty high time frame. Money flow crosses green. I'm looking for lackluster pullbacks, higher lows, and higher highs. That does not change the fact that the weekly money flow was very clearly trending down, indicating that the end of that daily trend would likely be a even higher time frame lower high for a massive lower low. That is still my context here for the weekly, right? We could see that daily trend continue up just like we did in 2021, right? And let me zoom in here. Right? Maybe we even come down a little higher low, higher high. If we lose these levels, we can look down here, right? You could see that overall continuation of the daily, but you got to be careful of the macro lower highs on the weekly. Right? Daily trend, continuation to the upside. Very simple, right? You could be bullish on the daily for something like this or something like this, right? While still remaining bearish on the weekly for something like that. Not all time frames are equal, right? The higher the time frame, the bigger the trend, the more major the signal. And of course, this money flow also looking very similar to what it looked like in 2021. This is what gets me concerned on the higher time frames. So there you go. Hopefully that explains it. Shout out to two WRX. Do you have two WRXs? Two Rexes, bro? Shout out to you, man. But he says no option of hitting 100K. Yeah, we already went over that. Yes, that is the next major key level above. If we if we break above 98K, flip it to support, 100K is the next target for me. First time here. Shout out to Never Suffer. Welcome in, brother. You're never going to suffer on the charts now because you're part of the Mafia. Welcome in, brother. Thank you for tuning in. So you don't think we hit 100K? No. So I see what you're saying, right? How do I make this? Yeah, so we're not usually live at this time, so we have a lot of new people. So I always kind of like assume, I've talked about my kind of overall biases here so much, I assume everybody knows. But for new people, right, the 100%, I don't want to say 100%, right, but it is a total possibility to hit 100K. We actually went over that in the beginning of the stream. So 50-week moving average sits at 101K, right? So again, if this daily money flow, this daily is bullish. This money flow looks good for a continuation to the upside. Higher lows, whether it wants to come in where we're at right now and continue up, or we want to go down for a little bit more of a retracement down to 92K, that would also be valid for a higher low. As long as we stay above these lows here, I would say 100K is open. 50-week moving average at 101K is open. But there's ebbs and flows in the market, right? I'm a technical trader. We're day traders. We scalp, and we also swing trade. But you could see, like, all the kind of that continuation of the downside I talk about still keeps the uptrend intact, right, for a potential move to 100K. We'd have to like really break down below all this in order for me to stop looking at 100K. So again, that daily money flow coming up would indicate that the trend can continue up, right? Doesn't mean you can't have pullbacks. Doesn't mean you can't short those pullbacks to make money, right? But the overall idea here is that even if we pulled all the way back here, potential higher lows, higher highs, right? And that could send you into 100K if we don't do it right now. If we snap above 98K, flip here, maybe we hit 100K sooner than later. So yes, it's 100% in the cards here. And I would even say, 101.4 is in the cards. Once we flip that, that's where we can start looking up to much higher prices. But I try to we play it level to level. If we get up here, just like in 2021, right, I'd be saying the exact same thing. Money flow crosses green, looking for higher lows, higher highs. In that case, the similar target would be 45K. So, we might be looking at the, 15 minutes saying, oh my God, we could continue down, right? But it's like, as long as we hold here, right? Or, you find those key levels where you're looking for the higher lows, which we just went over, right? If you just tuned in, maybe scrub back to the beginning of the stream because we covered all the key levels. I just want to keep repeating for the people who are still tuned in. But as long as you're able to hold that uptrend, right? Well, you can look. Money flow is indicating on these pullbacks, they're likely to be lackluster for higher. As long as this money flow is green, you're expecting that the higher probability is the trend continues up, right? So even if you're bearish here on a 30-minute, right, you still zoom out to the daily. You could say, well, hey, this is still intact for a push into our bigger zone. But at the end of the day, right, like no one can 100% guarantee what price action is going to do. At the end of the day, maybe you wouldn't have if you didn't hold the higher low here, right? And you come down, you start breaking the lows, you're saying, well, hey, that's more bearish, right? And then the money flow would be like kind of a false signal, not even a false signal, but it would just kind of be a lackluster signal and it would just fake out. But until you see that fake out, like right now, money flow looks pretty healthy on the current price action, just like it did here. So higher lows, higher highs. Once you get up here, it's like, all right, well, hey, this is the big level to get above because again, the daily does not step on the weekly. Just for anyone new, money flow, when you see this money flow on the chart, this indicates trend, overall continuation of the general trend. These red and green dots, red dot, green dot, these indicate ebbs and flows. Red dot, down. Green dot, up. Red dot, down. Green dot, up, right? Red dot, down. But when your money flow is coming out, you anticipate that the higher probability doesn't mean you can't be bullish here on a 45-minute for a bounce up, but you know that the higher time frame trend is going to be more likely a lower high and a lower low for the continuation of the overall trend. And if you look at this on price action, it's very clear. And I can pull it up on the weekly because it's just very simple and less noisy. Pull it up on the Bitstamp chart for a little bit more history here. Weekly money flow crossover. Sure, you have plenty of dumps. Dump, right? And these are on a weekly time frame, these dumps can be sizable, right? 40%, right? This is a different time in the market, but 26%, 39%. But your money flows in the green. So overall, right, like a 35% drop to the downside on a low time frame looks horrific, right? But when you zoom out on the weekly, money flows in the green. You're saying, well, hey, like if we just hold these higher lows, right? And there's ways to find those high probability areas to hold through Fibonacci retracements. You could say, well, hey, as long as we can hold the higher low, the general idea is this could be a dump. I can make a ton of money on this dump, but the overall general continuation of the trend would be up, right? And on the flip side of that, you have money flow. Well, this is right here, right? Money flow crosses red, continuation of the trend to the downside. Even here, money flow trending out could indicate lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Even here, money flow crosses green. You would say to yourself, hey, I'm looking for the trend to continue up, but what about this massive 60% drop? Well, that still holds your higher low, right? So you could still be bearish for big drops down as long as that high time frame is still green, right? It is still green. You look for the higher low and the higher high. Where does this higher low come in at? Right? You did wick below it. This was a black swan, right? So there's a lot of panic there. But look at it. You hold the 786. This is where you're going to be looking for the higher low for the continuation of the trend. All right? You're not going to be chasing the pump at the top. You're going to wait for the dump and then long the bottom. Same thing here, 2021, right? Money flow crosses red. Sure, the daily gives you a little bounce, but this money flow coming out tells me that that bounce, although on the daily could look like a very bullish trend, the overall anticipation is lower high, lower low, right? So it lets you know whether you're more favorably going to be fading the highs for the you want to trade with the trend, right? So technically, you could long here. This is a 30% rip to the upside, plenty of money to be had there, but you could take that as long as you understand the overall context, right? Like, once you get up to this major level of resistance and this money flow starts rolling back over and crossing into the red, you might want to be taking profit, maybe closing your hold position, and maybe looking for shorts, right, to ride the rest of the trend. Hopefully that makes sense. And money flow makes it very simple, right? Even here, money flow crosses into the green back in 2023. Massive dump, right? A lot of people will be like, what happened? I thought money flow was bullish on the weekly. Yes, you could be bullish on the weekly while still remaining bearish. We actually shorted this. I remember this. I remember where I was on this dump. I was bowling. And I was like bowling, and all of a sudden we just like, doop. And I was like, nice. I'm making money. I just got paid thousands of dollars to bowl. But you could be bearish there, right? We take the short up there. That doesn't mean that we think the bull market's over or anything like that, right? Because the overall trend is to continue generally to the upside, right? Because the money flow is in the green. You can see the bearish divergences. That's a bearish reversal signal, but you're looking for higher lows and higher highs, right? Same exact thing on the current price action right now. Why did we take that short yesterday? We had a much lower time frame context here, but we had bearish divergences, right? Higher highs, lower highs. That could indicate a dump, right? But overall, money flow is coming up. So you can look for the higher lows and the higher highs. And that first place to look for the higher low is right here on this Fibonacci retracement. That's why I say there's a possibility of coming up here. Not going to close my short because of the specific context, but there you go, right? Same exact theory. And then if we continue down, yes, short continues to play out. Boom, this is beautiful. Oh my God, this is bearish, right? Well, it's bearish on a lower time frame. But daily trend, technically, right here, 92, 91-ish K, could still be a higher low and a higher high. Does that make sense? Got to be able to separate the time frames, right? If I'm scalping the 15-minute, right? If I were just looking at this to get in and out in one day, short here, close at the next level of support, which was obviously the golden pocket, right? Sometimes we'll just look at that as a right? Sometimes we'll just look at that as just a scalp, right? Like 2%, right, is plenty of room to just like make some money, right? So if I were just looking at this as just a general scalp and I wasn't viewing it as a longer term hedge, well, you could just open it here, close it here, simple, right? But of course, hopefully, I'm hoping it continues down, right? Again, I'm not even saying it's the higher probability. I actually don't have a super amount of confidence that this is going to play out, right? Just because of the mixed signals that we have on the 4-hour. It's 4-hour green dot prints. If we're going to come up and snap 98K and shoot to 100, I think this 4-hour green dot is going to be the next thing to look at. It's already rolling up on the VWAP. Once this crosses over the 0 line, green dot prints, I think that's where, if we're going to get it, you're going to see it happen. I'll set an alert here. I don't think we're going to get it here on the live stream, but we'll see. If we're lucky, maybe we'll get it. So green dot, 4-hour, bada boom. So when I get that green dot, I'll get beep, beep, beep on TradingView, and then that's where I will be paying attention to see if we can crack that high above 98K. She running, baby. Shout out to Mr. Ethereum. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Come on. Again, I don't really, my preference would be just to like, obviously I'd like to take some profit on this for a continuation down. But again, it's like it almost feels like illegal to do because it's like, I'm really just going to make money either way. Dump it, make some more money here. And if the higher low comes in, right, I'll have more room to take profit. And then long continues to play out. If we shoot up from here, I'll take a small loss on the break, but the long will continue to pay me out from 85K, right? So kind of feels like a scam. It's like, I really don't care what happens money-wise, but kind of emotionally, it's like, I'd like to lock another win in, but that's just ego. Let's see. All right, so let me take a look at some of the altcoins here, guys. Let's come on over to the alt template here. Solana. Yeah, Solana, kind of the same thing as yesterday, right? We came up to sweep the highs. We knew this POC was going to be decent resistance. Doesn't mean you're going to go to zero, right? But we came up. We swept the highs, banging around that POC. Biggest key level to flip on Solana is going to be to get above the point of control, which currently sits at 145.59. Flip that to support, and then we can look for the continuation up, right? And then the next major target for Solana, I really hate to just like break down. Like for me as a trader, guys, like I mark out all these levels. I pay attention to them because I'm a reactionary based trader, right? If we came up here and we start hitting this value area low, I see an opportunity, I'll take it. But in general, right, for like the longer term moves, if we can flip the POC decisively, right, what else do we have on Solana? This is from yesterday's explanations. Daily money flow crossing into the green. You got a red dot printing on the daily, right? And we literally talked about this yesterday. If we get a continuation down here, right, daily money flows in the green, yes, this daily red dot could be an indication we can continue down. 4, money flow to hopefully stay in the green to continue an overall uptrend. Flip the POC, and then that next major target would be about $168 to $172. So that target remains the same, 168 to 172 at the macro golden pocket. And for anybody out there looking to like scalp the lower time frames, you know, we do have this little kind of value area here, which you can mark out as well. And I'm not going to keep this on the chart, but I'll just mark it so you guys can get the levels. That's going to be sitting between 152.47 at the value area low. POC sits at 154.47. Once you flip the POC here, I would be looking for a move up to the value area high at 164.51. And then who knows, right? Like maybe just wick into that golden pocket, which again, at the end of the day, it's like that's really the bigger target anyway. This is just going to kind of let you know what the like 5-minute time frame might look like. You might get up in here, a little resistance, flip it to support. Then you can look for the move up, might get a little resistance to eventually get up and push into that golden pocket. But from a very simple higher time frame perspective, flip the POC, you're looking to go to that golden pocket, if that makes sense. We're going to be stuck in this range forever. I hope not, man. I'll tell you what, the one thing that does make me not want to come to the downside on Bitcoin, like other than the fact that the short would continue to play out, I mean, we're pretty far away from our previous range, right? Just looking at this very simply. If I had to pull up our, like this value area high sits at about $92,000. Again, very confluent with the key levels that we just looked at for the higher lows, right? If we stay up in here, that would also be a retest. 93, hit the POC, comes in at about, this whole zone is like literally almost the same exact thing, right? So the hope here would be to stay, right? Just another kind of way to look at this. Stay on top of that previous range, higher low, higher high. If we wind up losing this 786, like I said, it'd be a much higher probability that we'd get a bigger drop to the downside, and it's in line with the POC because the laws of if you're new here, we trade volume profiles. The laws of the volume profile state there's no actual thing that you can read, but the way they work, right, it's just like a mean reversion trade. And I like this breakout. I think this is a stronger breakout than it was here and here. Typically within the volume profile, you're looking for shorts at the highs, longs at the lows. This is going to give you the highest probability of having your trades play out. Now, you don't just short at the high, long at the low. You have to have confirmation. You have to understand the entry triggers that you want to see, which we obviously teach here. But these are clear, just like deviations above. Money flow is still in the red on the daily. There's a much more higher probability that you're going to get a rotation through the profile. But the profile theory is deviate above the high. You look at this as expensive, right? The volume inside the volume profile. This is the value area between the value area low and the value area high. This is the fair value. Anything outside to the upside is expensive. Anything to the downside on the outside is cheap. So when you're looking for longs, if you have key levels down here, let's say you have confluence down here, right? This is where I'm long from, right? It was literally we used this exact technique to take that long position that I'm holding right now from 85K. The idea is, what do we have down here? You deviate below the range. I say to myself, hey, this is cheap. Do I have entry confirmations? Am I seeing bullish divergences? Am I seeing SFPs? Am I seeing bullish CVD? Whatever the entry confirmation is, it's going to be different on all trades. But when you see those entry confirmations and you take the trade, the anticipation is to get back into the range, flip the value area low. As long as you could get accepted back into that value area, the higher probability is to go back to the POC. That's the next highest probability area for price to go. And then eventually, once you flip that POC, you're looking to go to the high. Once you get up to the high, this is now expensive price. I believe we took a short up here, right? If you see your confirmations, the idea, again, mean reversion. You are looking at this as expensive, and you know inside the profile is fair value, right? People agree that when it's down here, it's cheap. They buy it back up. When it's up here, it's expensive. They sell it back down. When it's down here, it's cheap. They buy it back up. When it's up here, it's expensive. They sell it back down. Buy it back up. Sell it back down. The POC is the fairest value. The highest the area where the highest amount of volume was traded. This is the fairest value, the strongest magnet within the profile. All of these levels, the high, the POC, and the low, are magnetic. But you might say to yourself, well, you didn't get the full rotation here. Yes, but there's ways to identify this. Why wouldn't we expect this to go down to the low? Look at your money flow on the daily. This is letting you know that a higher low could form for an eventual higher high. This is why we anticipated 96K to finally get hit here, because on this higher low, we finally had money flow coming up. So there's obviously a lot that goes into it, but just in general, when you see these volume profiles, it's very simple. The fair value is inside the value area. Fair value. Not fair, expensive, not fair, expensive. And even when it doesn't rotate in full, you still go back down to retest that POC, right? Very high probability, if you have the right entry trigger, that not only will you see the POC, but you'll see the value area high. But the highest you're very high probability to at least get a tap of the POC, even if you're going to melt down from there. So very easy, right? Because you could just kind of sit inside the range and say, well, I'm just going to wait for my next short at the value area high. And then, of course, you're going to look for confluence on other levels. Of course, it's not as easy as just shorting when you hit the value area high. But because then you'll see things like this, right? But there's ways to understand that. Money flow is coming up, probably a higher low. Do you have key levels that you could bounce off there? Of course, right? I won't bring them up because we've covered them many times. But that's how you trade this, right? And then this is how you can hold, right? You're long when price is cheap. You get up to the value area high, and then we see money flow crossing into the green. This is why I decided to hold a portion of this trade, because when this money flow comes up, I'm anticipating probably not going to come down and visit these lows. So I can now view that not only as a very high probability shorter-term trade from the low to the high. This one wasn't short because we had the disgusting choppy price action here for like a long time. But more often than not, it will be a pretty quick fill. And then as I see money flow coming up, well, guess what? I could say to myself, well, hey, if I'm looking for a higher low and a higher high, why not hold a portion of that trade? Lock in some profits, move my stop loss to break even. Now I'm in a guaranteed winning trade. If it dumps, I get stopped out in profit. If I get a higher low, which would be the anticipation because of money flow, I can look to continue to hold that trade for much more profit. And I am holding that trade right now. Literally just like free sauce here, guys. Exposing it all. But anyway. Shout out to Quicker, said Frankie's the market cipher guru with the best alterations to the colors, too. Shout out to Quicker. Welcome in, brother. Good to see you in here. Guys, the reason I love coming up here and talking about this stuff and teaching it is because it's changed my life, right? The volume profiles very specifically, and market cipher as well. When you pair, very simple. And again, you might be sitting here, you might be new to trading. If you're new to trading and you're ready to go on a journey to change your life, buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but it's going to be worth it, I promise you. But this, I wish I was just, when I learned how to trade, I wish someone told me, study volume profiles, use market cipher, be as a confluence. I wish if somebody did that for me, it would have taken me way less time to start actually making money and stop blowing up my accounts. I've blown up more accounts than I can almost guarantee you anybody in this chat. I was the worst trader. I was emotional. I had no plan. I was trying to get rich quick. I didn't want to put the work in to actually learn, study, accept losses, be disciplined. I was the worst trader. If someone had just explained all the stuff that I talk about here every day, I would have become successful so much faster. It would have saved me a lot of time and a hell of a lot of money. So volume profiles, it's mean reversion. You're just looking for the deviations out of the fair value. That's interesting. That's expensive. Think of it as just an auction. Right? You could also call the deviations above a value area high a failed auction, right? You could say, hey, this is, if you have, name anything, a car, right? Let's say your car is $20,000, right? The fair value The fair market price for that car is $20,000, right? Between here, we'll just say we'll just use these prices. Let's say your fair value for your car is between $87,000 and $93,000. It usually doesn't sell for more than 93, and it usually doesn't sell for more than 87,000, right? 93 would be on the expensive end of the fair value, and then if you get it for 87K, you could say you got a good deal, right? So when it's at 93K, would you want to buy that? Probably not. If you owned the car, you'd probably want to sell it, aka short, right? And then wait for it to go back down. And again, shorting's kind of weird to explain, but you wouldn't be buying it up here, right? You'd be selling it, because I know that over the relative price action, right, or the relative value of the car, typically they don't sell for much more than 93K, and then they go down, right? So you would want to short that. You would want to bet when it's at 93K, like, yeah, these cars never sell for more than 93K. I'm going to bet on the fact that it's going to go back down to a more fair value, which number one would be the POC at 91K, and you could take some profit there. And then you could eventually wait for potentially the value area low to come in. And we did front run it here. I think maybe the value area low might have been there at the time, because these levels do change over time. It didn't. But we did, again, there's ways to identify this, right? I know this because we had long setups in the Discord. You might say, well, what if it doesn't go to the value area low? You're going to miss the long. Maybe it was the 4-hour money flow. I don't remember. Am I a nerd? No. But we had we look at this as a zone, right? Support and resistance isn't always going to be a direct level. We have the golden pocket here, and we talked about it on the live stream as well. We were waiting for this golden pocket to get hit. The weekend happened, and then all of a sudden, weep, like it's programmed into price, you hit the golden pocket. But either way, you're going to bet on the fact that it's probably not going to sell for more than 90, oh my God, they're selling for $94,000. I'm selling my car up here. I'm going to bet on these are probably going to go back down to their fair value. And I know what the fair value is because I have it marked off here on the volume profile. POC is the fairest value. So maybe you sell it a little bit down there, and then you're expecting to go a little bit lower, right? And more often than not, I will say, you do oftentimes hit that value area low. Once in a while, you'll front run it. But that's kind of how you can view it, right? And then when it's down here, you're like, oh my God, I can get these. These were selling for $93K, right? And you can see, we're just talking about simple buy low, sell high. But this identifies where you're buying low and selling high based off volume, not just random levels. This is why I love the volume profile as well. These are not just arbitrary random levels. These are based on volume. This is how the market moves. It's an auction, right? Oh my God, they were just selling for $93,500. Maybe I'll pick one up and they'll go back up. Oh my God, I could buy it here, sell it here. Oh, now they're really expensive. I know this is expensive because it's outside of the typical fair value. I'm going to sell it up here and make money. And again, of course, right, you're not going to range. This works well when you're in ranges. And then obviously you're not going to be in the range forever, right, which is clear here. But again, you can identify that on things such as money flow, right? The money flow's in the green. I might anticipate that, hey, like imagine if you sell your car and there was an indicator that said that, hey, this is probably going to go even higher than it's ever been. That's the money flow crossing into the green. It's like, all right, well, I sold it up here. Maybe I want to pick them up at the POC, at the fair value, because they might go above where they were previously expensive. That money flow tells me that's going to happen. So I would pick it up here, anticipating a higher high. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm trying to explain one of the most difficult things in the world, which is financial markets. Yo, shout out to Quicker. Said, dude, I use TA when I sell cars in Gran Turismo. Shout out to Quicker. Does it work? I've actually used TA on my YouTube analytics before, and I'm not saying it actually worked. I mean, it did actually work. Like, I saw bullish divergence, and it did play out. I'm not saying it's because of the bull div, but it is interesting to see that it worked. Shout out to Emlo in the chat. Welcome in. Let's see. I wish Frankie could pull up Porsche 911 prices in TradingView and show us some bear divs. Yeah, that amazing explanation. Shout out to Perry. Yeah, it's just auction market theory. This is how the market moves, right? And again, can you make money trading any other strategy? Absolutely. You can make money trading ICT concepts. You can make money trading patterns. You can make money trading Fibonacci alone, of course. But this is how the market moves. It's auction market theory. Maybe I'll make a pre-record about this. It is just the market likes fair value, right? And just like we look within the ranges, expensive at the highs, cheap at the lows, well, the market ranges about 80% of the time, right? We have a value area here. We have a value area here. I explain this a lot. Right? What happens here? Expensive, cheap, expensive, cheap, expensive. But look at your money flow here. This is letting you know, hey, that previously expensive price might be going to new highs. So you might, any longs you take down here, you might hold. And we actually took, we did it, same theory, but on this range, and I held that all the way to, I won't even talk about it. It hurts my feelings, but we held that trade. And then the exchange closed it because I got KYC'd out. But that money flow is telling you, hey, higher lows might hold here, and you might be able to go to new highs. So you might decide, hey, I'm going to take a long here at the value area low. Maybe I take profits at the value area high. That is the high probability setup right there. But you don't have to close the whole trade. You could take partial profits and hold a portion of it for an expectation of higher prices, which, again, is pointed out by the money flow. And when it comes to long-term price action, right, or long-term price moves, it is very often, right, price likes to seek out fair value. Right, so when we see all these volume profiles, right, we had one right here. When we see these fair values, and I'll even take this one off the chart to make it nice and clean, right, price ranges about 80% of the time. We're ranging for a long period of time. Then we get a big impulse, right? Well, that's where you can start looking at your previous volume profiles. And when price, you have balance and you have imbalance. Ranging is balance, impulsing or trending is balance. Imbalance, right? Balance is even, imbalance is impulses and trends. This happens most of the time, which is awesome because it gives you tons of trading opportunities, right? You can make money here, 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 and you could even break this down into a lower time frame if you wanted to scalp. You got a little volume profile in here. You could even go up into that local volume profile just to show you the amount of opportunities that you can have with a volume profile. Let me try to find that range. I'm going to have to come up to a higher time frame. Right? Same thing. Cheap, expensive. Back to the POC. Expensive. Back to the POC in the value area low. Cheap. Back to the high. Right? It's just mean reversion. Expensive, cheap. It literally tells you when it's happening. So that's what you want to look for. And at the end of the day, for the long-term moves, what is very likely going to happen if I wind up losing a long-term? Actually, I'll use this example because it's like super clear. What do we have here in 2021? If you want to get rich, take notes. There's your fair value. Cheap, expensive, cheap, expensive. I now have this value area. What can I say to myself? Right? And of course, you're going to have many volume profiles inside of it, many profiles inside of it, depending on your time frame. Price is fractal. But what can I say to myself when I'm looking at the weekly chart or the daily chart and I'm looking in terms of the overall market long term? Well, what can I say to myself when we're hanging out down here? I can say, hey, we had massive fair value inside of here. This is massively undervalued. So not only can I say this might be a good time to start buying the car, buying the whatever, however you want to look at the metaphor, I could say this is undervalued based off the relative price action. This is a good place to buy, aka take longs, buy spot bags. And then what would the expectation there be? Well, if I buy down here, let's just say, maybe you're not sniping the bottom, right? But let's just say you dollar cost. The heck? Don't put your stop loss down there. Let's just say you start to pick it up down here, right? Well, what could the expectation be? Well, hey, where am I buying? I'm buying within undervalued price. This is cheap. Cheap. I want to buy this. What's the anticipation? Well, if I get my average entry down here somewhere, well, I can say, hey, my expectation is that this will eventually, once it gets back into the fair value, it'll rotate back to the upper end. Cheap, fair. You buy down here, you expect to get the mean reversion. POC is the biggest target, right? And then, of course, what do you have here? Your money flow starts crossing into the green. This is the daily. Not only did you have that, you also had your weekly money flow crossing into the green. This tells me that the price is probably going to go higher than it's ever been, right? Or it's going to make a new high, in other words. So not only can I look to get into profit and make money through this range, but I can say to myself, especially in the context of Bitcoin, weekly money flow crossover into the green, this might be the start of another massive bull market. That is how we were able to buy the lows for the bull market, right? Looking at the weekly money flow. It's red. I know that's undervalued. I know we're below the volume profile. I'm not buying undervalued price at a high price. I'm buying undervalued money flow where I know the actual price is undervalued. Then I expect the bull market. right? So for the current cycle, let's just say, for example, we do get a lower high and a massive lower low, and this weekly money flow comes into the red. Guess what I will be doing there, right? I'm not saying you have to come all the way down into this range. Maybe it's this range, right? If the money flow is in the red and we're bouncing around at these prices, I'm probably doing the same thing I did back here. Because what can I say to myself at that point? I can say to myself, here's fair value. This is undervalued. And of course, it's fractal. You could split it into this value area, but overall, you'd be looking at this macro value area. And I can say to myself, this is undervalued. Money flow is in the red. I might want to buy the cheap cars. If they used to sell up here and money flow starts crossing green, they're probably not only going to revert to the mean, but they're also going to make new highs. And this is specifically on the weekly time frame that I look at this, right? But it's the same thing on the 5 minute. All the theory, all the technique remains the same on any time frame. Maybe it's like literally a beginner trading class, master class. Maybe I'm just looking at this range, right? Like, what's the context? Are you looking to buy spot bags? Are you looking to day trade? Are you looking to get into like multi-week swing trades? It all depends. But let's say price does whatever, right? Let's say it comes down here and we start bing-bonging around in this fair value again. Well, first off, I know if I get back below this value area high, I'm probably going to revert to the POC, lose the POC. I know that next highest probability is to go back down to the low. If I start deviating below here, money flow, maybe not on the weekly, but like maybe the daily money flows in the red, and it starts curving back into the green, I can say, well, hey, this is undervalued and my money flow is coming back up. I can look for the mean reversion. That's how you take high probability trades with volume profiles. Price seeks fair value. If we lose this upper value area, there's a very high probability. Let's just say we lose this value area. There's a very high probability that if we impulse out of here, right, this is balance. Trends and impulses are imbalance. If we imbalance or impulse out of this fair value, it's going to, more often than not, seek out previous fair value. That's how we get our next key levels down here if we do make a lower high and a lower low. We're looking down towards 67 to 70K. Price is very likely to revert back here. And if we break into it, it's going to be very likely, especially if we lose that POC, which is the fairest value, at 67.4, it is very likely that we will get the full rotation to the cheaper end of the range. Just like here, where we were undervalued, broke back in, and came back up to the highs with money flow coming up. Rinse and repeat. This will change your life, guys. It makes everything very, very simple. Even on the lower time frames earlier today. Again, I wish I was holding this trade, which I'm not. But what was I looking at here? There was two things I was looking at. Number one, I was looking at this volume profile as we were deviating below, right? And this is today. This just played out. What do we look at here? Well, we say to ourselves, where's my fair value? Here it is. This is a 7-minute time frame. Pull it up on the 5-minute because I feel like that's the more generic time frame, right? What do I have here? Expensive, cheap, right? And the range would look different back here, right? But cheap, you get back in, POC, value area high. You can't get out of the range, back down to low. What do you have down here? Lower lows on your price action, higher lows on your momentum waves. Very low time frame setup, right? But you have a bullish reversal signal. This is cheap relative to the recent price action. And then at that point, let's say you take a long position. What are you looking for? Well, you're looking for a potential mean reversion. Number one, you're looking for a reclaim of the value area low for the high probability move into the POC, which literally, the reason I couldn't get this in the Discord or even take the trade myself was the fact that this literally happened in like half a second, right? But you end up coming down here, flipping the POC, flipping the value area low. At that point, the POC is very likely, right? And actually, I think the POC was a little bit lower here because obviously this price action wasn't in play. It was right here, right? Almost an instant rip to the POC. At that point, you flip the POC. If you stay above that, you can look up towards the value area high. It's the same thing. This is on the 5-minute. You can look at it on the weekly, the 5-minute, the 1 hour, the 2 hour. It doesn't matter, right? It's all the same technique. And your money flow obviously changes through the time frames as well, right? You're never going to see the weekly money flow on the 5-minute time frame. So free sauce there, guys. Free sauce. That's like every volume profile tutorial almost that I've done in a little live stream there. So let's see. From Frankie on fire today with the sauce. This is a full trading course. Yeah, shout out to Panda the Prophet. We give it all away, baby. We give it all away. Like a used car lot, add cars to the lot when supply is high. Cars are cheap. Sell the lot when demand is hot. Sell the lot when demand is high, and raise price. Shout out to Fiat levels. Couldn't have said it better myself, brother. But let's see here. To be honest, they're still kind of bouncing around here. Still, yeah, I would say. Let me just see this real quick. I'll say this. Does anyone ever see that freestyle video? The, like, super cringy freestyle video of that guy, and he's like, "I'll say this. I'll puncture your stomach with a blunt object." Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Please, somebody tell me they know. That just made me think that. But I will say this: 786 at 97.3. If we could flip that, I think you break the highs. But again, we don't need to know that. I'm just going to hold my short. I'm happy to take the stop loss there and the long continue to play out. But we'll see. I'm going to kind of hang out here. I don't really have a time on this stream. The daily streams are just going to hang out, watch the price action. Maybe we'll play some music. We'll just kind of hang out. Daily bear div forming, or am I crazy? No, you're not crazy. We actually talked about that yesterday and on the market updates recently. Yeah, you do technically have a bear div, but not all bearish divergences are created equal, right? Of course, we're at that macro POC. I mean, this is a huge level, guys. I mean, again, we waited for this level for weeks. Hence why I took a shot here. You do have higher highs. You do have potential lower highs. It's not confirmed yet, and a daily bearish divergence is not treated the same to me as with money flow coming up as it is when money flow is coming out. I said this in the beginning of the stream, like daily bear div, yeah, like sure, right? Like you get a little pull down and maybe it continues a little bit more. But with the money flow coming up, I look at that as just a reversal signal for a lackluster dump for a higher low and a higher high. This is still in the cards, even with that daily bear div. If that daily bear div continues us down, well, guess what? We're going to keep an eye on those key levels. What does price look like, right? Like, are we getting confirmations? Is this money flow faking back into the red? What do the lower time frames look like? If they all look good for a continuation up, well, then we would say, hey, beautiful. If we wind up losing the higher low level, right? If we lose those Fibonacci retracements, we start losing like 92K, we can start to question whether that trend is going to continue and maybe we look lower. So yes, you do see the bear div, but I do want to be clear. A bearish divergence with money flow crossing into the red is very bearish for a huge continuation of a trend. Right now, technically, as it stands right now, that money flow is coming up, indicating more, let's just say, right, more higher high, momentum waves are making lower highs. Money flow is coming up, though. So that would indicate more of, yes, that bear div is still valid, but we'd still be looking for higher lows and higher highs until proven otherwise, right? Like, there's no guarantee. Like, if you want to get into trading and you're looking for a guaranteed thing that is never going to fake out, you're just going to be 100% confident in all your positions, I'll save you the pain. It doesn't exist. There's literally nothing. There's no signals group. There's no nothing, right? Trust me, I tried it all when I started. I never tried a signals group, but if it was that easy, just think about it. Think about it. Nah, I'll just set up a bot to trade the signals. I'll just be rich infinitely forever, right? Trust me, that was a thing. Wouldn't everybody do it, right? And I was sold fake dreams, not only in trading, but also other online businesses I had. I had found success in some of those online businesses, and they were all sold as get-rich-quick schemes. None of them were. It did not mean that I couldn't make money. I wound up making money. It was just a lot. No one would tell me the truth, that it took hard work, and it wasn't going to be me working for an hour a day. I had to work many hours a day, and I had to work myself up to the point where I actually had a business and a machine running that would actually start making me money. But it was never as easy as anyone would say. They were just trying to sell something. And to be honest, like, some of that information that they were selling was still useful. It just was, they just didn't give realistic expectations. Me and my coworkers listening at work, also expanding the mafia. Shout out to Emilio. Shout out to your coworkers. Where do you work, bro? Let us know. Should we call your job? Should we call your job live on stream? We won't do anything mean. I don't know. Depending on where you are. If you, I don't know. Let us know. Let's see. Best get rich quick is you listen to the GOAT. Shout out to Zach. I will be honest. Sometimes, like, a lot of times, like, sometimes I'll see new people come in here and, like, they'll ask questions and I'll tell them, like, listen, man, like, this is how you do it. But, like, there's a lot to this, right? Like, the way, like I didn't get here in 2 days, right? Like, I didn't get to where I'm at with my TA or my trading in a week, a month, or, you know, this has been years of experience. And that's what my whole purpose on this channel is, to help give you guys that experience, so you don't have to get it yourself. Like, learn from my mistakes, learn from the hard lessons that I had to learn by myself, losing money and losing time. If I could expedite you past those mistakes and you can avoid them, some of them you're going to have to make on your own anyway. But, you know, again, you're going to have to touch that hot stove. Like, you lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink, right? And I had to touch the hot stove a lot. But I didn't get here, right? Like, when I see this stuff where, hey, bearish divergence, look at that, it played out. Like, literally looking for the exact things, right? Bearish divergence, looking for the pullback. 95.4, literally 95. We wound up coming down to 90, literally almost 95.3, right? So you got even a little bit of extra sauce on that one. I did not get here in a month, right? And I could teach you how I look for this, right? But there's also a lot of experience that goes into that, right? When I see a chopped up lower time frame, I have a lot more experience seeing how that stuff has played out over time. I have a little bit of a better gauge. It's almost like it gives you a little bit of like market intuition, right? Like, I have a little bit of a, not just I have a gut feeling, but it's like having a gut feeling based off experience, right? Like, if you have a police officer, right? Two police officers, one's a rookie, one's not. He might get a gut feeling that this guy's about to freak out and unload a clip on him. Right, the rookie might have no idea this guy's super nice, but that rookie has not been on nightmare calls where he's seen things go from, you know, rainbows and butterflies to a gunfight really fast, right? It's not a gut feeling out of nowhere. It's a gut feeling based off experience, and there is a lot of that comes with it, trading. So, you know, I could tell somebody like, hey, watch the bearish divergence, but they might see a bearish divergence and it doesn't play out. And then if you ask me, I might be like, well, yeah, you had this, and this happening, which made it lower probability. So there's a learning curve. There's an experience curve. But I'll tell you this, those who have the grit and those who want to actually learn, pay attention, study, put in the hours, go into bar replay mode, stare at the charts until your eyes bleed like I did, the reward is infinite, right? Absolutely infinite. Trading is one of the best careers that you can have, right? It has no salary cap. It has no customers. It has no inventory, right? And it has no location lock. You could do it from anywhere. And in crypto, you could technically do it at any time, right? Obviously, you know, if you trade at, 2 in the morning, you're not going to have as much volume as if you trade earlier during like New York time. But it is, it will change your life, right? And it did for me. It kind of ruined my life. And, people always say, like, did you ever want to give up? Did I ever want to give up? Of course, it sucks. It sucks learning it because you have to go through those lessons. There's no way around it. Like when you say, like when you see someone who's jacked, it's like, did you like, I mean, a lot of people like working out, of course, but like, it's like, is it fun? Like, no, it hurts. It hurts, but it's like, I like to feel good. I like to feel healthy. I like to look good, right? So it's like nothing worthwhile comes easy. And the faster you learn that, the faster you will become successful. I promise. Honestly, in my experience, I'm not saying I'm like, the best person ever. I'm only 33. But in my personal experience, all the good things that have come in my life were way harder and took way longer to actually manifest themselves than I would have ever thought. And the only reason I was able to get to the end and figure that out is because I didn't stop. So there you go. Shout out to Joe Mama. Said you missed the super chat. Let's see here. Thank you for the super chat, Joe Mama. Joe Mama. Says, Frankie Candelabra, check your Discord messages when you get a chance. All right, shout out to Joe Mama. I will take a look when I hop off the stream. Shout out to you, brother. What'd you send me? Hopefully not dirty pictures. Anyway, shout out to Zach. Said, I've been watching for a year. I thought I knew stuff until I discovered your channel. May the universe and God give you a long life so we all make money. P.S. 89K incoming. My eyes hurt also. Shout out to Zach. Let's go. Well, hey, I wouldn't mind that. I would not mind 89K incoming. Come on, baby. Push it down. Push it down. And again, that is kind of my preferred scenario. I'm not saying it's necessarily the highest probability. Again, if we do continue down, still watching those local levels here. Let's get this off the chart. Bada boom. Right. We still have the 786. We still have the daily MPOC, right? So just, again, to give those, like, kind of simple, easy levels. And there might not be anything to do in the meantime, right? Like, as another thing new traders like to do is, like, they just want to get on the chart, hit buy and sell in the 1 minute. You might not have a setup, right? You want to wait for the high probability reactions. I'll get this golden pocket off the chart because we already tapped it. The next level I'm watching locally is right here. 786 of this local trend, daily naked point of control. 191 to 95K. Maybe we go here. If we're able to reclaim that, we can look for a bounce. That would give you a full 786 retracement. I'll probably look to move my stop loss to break even if we get down there. Maybe take a little profit. We'll see what happens. And then if we lose that, looking down towards about 92K. Again. Come on. I would prefer 92K. If you pull this to more of the, let me pull up the 4-hour real quick. If you pull this more towards the impulse, the 786 gets a little closer. But let me pull up the range real quick. Where's it at? Bada boom. Right, so like the 92K zone. And I pulled up that, where's the volume profile? Right, that high volume node. Value area low, it technically starts at about 92.3. Daily MPOC at 92K. That's what I would look at. And you also have the Fibonacci confluence down there. And again, like, we'll talk before that happens, right? Like, if we wind up melting down, right, bada boom, losing 95K decisively, could start that bigger trend down. That would be the hope for the short. Shout out to Coin Hoover said, I say trap the shorts and max paying our asses. Yeah, definitely. Well, so here's the thing, right? Like, the reason why I kind of mentioned why I'm not super confident. Like, again, I know there's probably some people out there thinking like, well, if you're not super confident, why are you in the trade? Well, number one, right? I'm in from up here. The trade has already played out to 2%. I had an opportunity to take money off. I didn't, right? On purpose. And I'm not super confident, but I'm still going to hold it because sometimes you have to admit, like, another big thing in trading is, like, the faster you kill your ego, the better. I know that crazy things can happen in the market, right? I know unpredictable things can happen, but I'm going to hold this. And the one thing that kind of makes me a little less confident there is we actually do have, I'm not going to pull it up. I'm not going to pull up exo charts because I don't want to freak everybody out. But we do have bullish CVD, which oftentimes will give you continuations to the upside. And basically what that shows you is, I'm not going to go into a full lesson, but essentially what it shows you is price continuing up as shorts continue to enter the market. It's essentially just a divergence, right? So when you look at your CVD line, basically all CVD tells you is if more people are long, it shows you the longs versus the shorts. So it's like if more people are longing or shorting, if it's going down, there's more people shorting. If it's going up, more people are longing. So when you see that price is making higher highs or higher lows, right, and CVD is making lower lows, you're seeing more shorts are coming in as price is continuing up. Well, if you hold these higher lows and you have a ton of shorts entering the market, that's putting a ton of liquidity up here, right, and even up here. So if these higher lows hold and you can see that shorts are entering the market, right, they're probably like, oh, my God, we got to move up. We've been so bearish for so long. We have to dump from this level. Well, it makes sense, right? And then if these higher lows hold and you push up and you start to stop out the shorts, it's going to cause that liquidation, right? When you get stopped out or liquidated out of a short position, it creates a market buy. That's what gives you the actual short squeeze. That's what a short squeeze is. That's why when people say, oh, my God, we pumped, shorts got wrecked. It doesn't just mean that they lost because they were shorting and they lost the trade. It means that when they get stopped out, it creates market buy. That's why that big move up happens. They're forced to buy their positions back. So hopefully that makes sense. And that is one of the things that made me a little suspicious of, like, maybe this doesn't play out. But does that mean, oh, my God, panic close the position? No, because there is also a scenario here specifically with the mixed signals that we could continue down. And I'm going to stick to that plan. And I could stick to that plan even thinking it might get stopped out without getting wrecked because I will just take a small loss and the long will continue to pay me out. Again, if I didn't have my hedge long open or if I didn't have my main long position open and I wasn't looking at this as a hedge, I probably already would have locked in profits here, stop loss to break even. Guaranteed winning trade. If it continues up, beautiful. But I still believe that this idea has a chance of playing out. So I'm going to hold it. If I take the small loss, no big deal, right? Take losses all the time. Um, shout out to Bass Music said, why are you not checking out the liquidity heat map? Well, shout out to Bass Music. Literally, always have the heat map open. So to be honest, like the significant heat map here, or the time frames that I like to look at, it's loaded up here. I was looking at it earlier, right? Like the lower liquidity is really sitting towards like 89K. So I didn't, and we've looked at this liquidity for so long. Like in here, there's just like nothing that significant. So I just wouldn't, I just had nothing to really update there, right? Now, if you go down to a lower time frame, maybe you'll get some stuff. I don't always look at the heat map on super lower time frames. Let's see. Yeah, like 93.4. Yeah, I could put you in. Yeah, it just gets really choppy, really messy. I would say on the lower time frames, probably the hotter spot of liquidity is above. But again, like when it comes to the heat maps, I like to take a look at the higher time frames. It's less noisy, it's more significant. So specific. I literally look at this every day when I wake up. And when I think about if I'm going to bring it up on the live stream, I just think to myself, is there anything to really update here? It's like, yeah, you just got you got liquidity sitting down there, but again, like that next significant, like clean level, that major level, is really sitting down by $89,000, right here, right? Everything else is just kind of shallow, deep, shallow, heavy, light, big. Hopefully that makes sense. Shout out to Bass Music. Shout out to Sky says, Frank, if you had a mullet, it would look pretty cool. Shout out to Sky. Mrs. Candles wants me to grow my hair out. She doesn't want me to have a mullet, but she wants me to grow my hair out. I won't do it. I'm a fade kind of guy. I don't know. Maybe I'll do like a fade with a mullet. Should I do a mullet? I don't know. If Bitcoin goes to new all-time highs, I will grow a mullet. I'm going to cut my hair up until then, though. But if we go into new all-time highs from here and we don't make a new low, I will grow a mullet, meaning not breaking down below 75K. If we don't break 75K, we go to a new all-time highs, I'll grow out a mullet because I really don't want one. But, hey, if you think it looks cool, maybe I'll end up liking it. Shout out to Zach. Says, I see you're not that confident. A 98K would hold as resistance. The only way I see we break it and go towards 101 to 103K. We are in a bear market, so if we break 100K area, would just be a fake out. Shout out to Zach. If you scroll back to the beginning of the stream, that's like literally almost the exact same levels that we looked at. Almost the same exact thought process as well. So yeah. Shout out to Passerby. Thank you for the super chat, bro. He says, best teacher is getting liquidated, and second best is Frankie, but people got to lose money for us to make money, so no complaints. Yeah, it is a zero-sum game. So shout out to, yeah, that is the best teacher. Like, that was, for me, the best teacher. Like, I always talk about this, right? Like, the aha moment, the click that I had in trading, that aha moment everyone's chasing for the golden indicator. Where is it just going to give me the sell signal so I can get in and make money instantly and easily? I was chasing that for so long, guys. That's why, and I know I'm not going to be able to stop everybody from doing it. Again, you could try, but you can't force people. But the reason I do that is because it didn't work, right? Like, I did the same exact thing. I was literally in your exact shoes. But, like, the biggest teacher for me, the biggest aha moment I had was just that, number one, I was getting liquidated crazy. I was losing money. But more even over that, I was just sick of having the same outcome. I was doing the same thing. Chasing trades, revenge trading, loading my account back up, trying to turn $100 into $10,000 in a month, just gambling. It just took a long, that's why it took me so long, because I just stuck in that mindset for so long, and I just didn't change. And it just took a long time for me to just be sick of not even just losing money, but just sick of the same outcome. I was like, this is boring. I know what's going to happen. I have to change something. And I know that people are making money using these strategies. I know people make money trading, even if it's a small percentage. I know it's possible. I must be the problem. That was the aha moment. I'm the issue. Why do my trades play out and then I still lose money? It's because I don't take profit and move my stop loss, right? That's a me problem. That's not a strategy problem. It's not a TA problem. Now, yes, if your TA is trash, if you don't know how to find setups, if you don't have a trading plan, obviously that's extremely important. But it's two different things, right? Like, that's one skill, right? The other skill is discipline and emotional control, right? You can have a risk management plan. If you don't have the discipline to stick to it, it's not going to help you. And I always compare it to working out. You have the best gym. I pay $200 a month for my gym. Not me personally, but I'm saying you pay $200 a month for a gym. the best machines, best everything, best personal trainers. You have the best diet plan. If you don't take advantage and have the discipline to actually use that stuff the right way and stick to the plan, you're not going to get big. You're not going to lose weight or whatever your goal is, right? It's the same thing. Like those things are important, right? Like you need like, I mean, I guess working out, you could just do body weight workouts technically. But like, yeah, like of course a good diet plan is important. If you're, trying to lose weight and you're eating 6,000 calories of Twinkies or 6,000 calories of anything, honestly, and you're not working out, you're going to get fat, right? It's an overload of calories. So obviously you want to be eating high quality foods. That's really important. But like, you could have the best diet plan with the highest quality groceries. If they're going rotten in your fridge every day, it's not gonna work, right? It's the same thing with trading. Honestly, it's the same thing with anything in life, in my opinion. But anyway, let's see. Shout out to Perry, said Frankie got fired today from work, back to trading. Shout out to Perry. Is that true? Or are you joking? Let us know, bro. That is crazy. Shout out to Dave Digital in the chat. What is going on, brother? What is going on? Do you pay attention to large orders? Shout out to Zach. Yes, I use something called I'm more of like an order flow trader. It's not like my main strategy. Definitely a valid thing to look at for sure. Not part of my main strategy, I wouldn't say. But yeah, you can use things like Bookmap. You can use things like Trading Light to find orders in the book, or you can just look at like, there's probably a million different things that you can look at to find those big orders. I try to identify the big orders. It's more of just like a result and part of my theory, right? Like we always talk about when price sweeps liquidity, right? Oftentimes if you have a key level, right, if you have a key level here, and we know we have a lot of liquidity sitting above that level, maybe you see it on the heat map, maybe you just understand how to find it through market structure and previous highs. But let's just say we have a lot of liquidity up there, and we see, I actually look for the big orders through absorption in the actual order flow. So if we get like a move to the upside, right, and we start like sweeping all these shorts, and that liquidity starts getting swept, and we get that big push to the upside, and we hit into a level of resistance, and we're hitting this level of resistance, we wick up, and we just couldn't break it, and it's just a big fake out, like an SFP. The theory of that whole setup is kind of sweep the liquidity, right? And when you sweep that liquidity, there could be a large limit order there absorbing those orders, right? So, and then you can actually see the absorption on the live order flow. So do I look at, like, do I mark off where there's big orders in the market? Not necessarily, but if I see an SFP where a level's not breaking and I see the absorption on the chart, I can say to myself, those orders got absorbed. What do orders get absorbed by? Big limit orders, right? So I know those levels are there when I see that absorption, when it's actually happening. But I could almost guarantee you, if I was looking at something like Bookmap, that's showing me those large orders in the book, well, they would probably pop up where we see that absorption, right? And honestly, looking at something like Bookmap could help, right? Because you could say, like, well, hey, if we get that liquidity, it'd be nice to know that that order's up there anyway. So then when you see the absorption, you're like, oh, this makes total sense. We had the big order, we had the liquidity sweep, we had the absorption. Let's send it back down. So definitely something great to look at. Just not something I would be lying if I told you I look at Bookmap every day. So yeah. Zach, I look at it on Exo charts. So yeah, I'm not going to explain it again because like I try to keep this a little bit more beginner friendly for people on the YouTube live streams. We cover this a lot more in the premium Discord, but this is just Exo charts. It's essentially just the Bitcoin chart, right? But it allows you to look inside the candles to see all the live orders, right? Like this is what moves price, right? Well, and passive orders as well. This only shows you active market orders, but so the idea here is this lets you see here's your regular candle on the side. This is all the orders, right? So it tells you how many people are buying, how many people are selling, right? Are there more buyers or more sellers? So if you have a big key level, say of support, just for example, right here, not that this is the case, but if you have a large order, if you have a let's just say we have a large limit order down here. If I see a ton of shorts pushing into this level, right, and I can see that by seeing all the shorts, right? If I see all those shorts coming in aggressively into that key level, but the level's not breaking, I can say to myself, hey, right? And I also want to see a lot of volume. I want to see a lot of volume. I want to see a ton of shorts pushing into the level. I can physically see the sellers like trying to punch price down. Go, 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 right? And then when you see that massive shorts, right, pushing here and the level's not breaking, two things happen, right? Number one, they're probably getting absorbed, right, by a large order. And all those shorts now have liquidity above, right? Which means if that large limit order pushes price back up, now all those shorts are going to get cooked to the upside, increasing, giving fuel to the move to the upside. So you kind of get like, it's like kind of like a double threat there, right? Like you kind of see two things. You see the absorption, and if you get something like an SFP with massive absorption is huge, right? It's like the same thing I just explained on the trading view chart with the SFP. But when you see that absorption, you could say to yourself, now I have a lot of shorts above with their stop losses sitting there. If that price pushes up, I can say, well, hey, those shorts might start to get cooked. So when you see all those shorts shorting into support, that's typically where we're looking for longs. And oftentimes the reason those play out is because those shorts are getting wrecked. We're just counter trading them essentially, right? Kind of trading with the big money, if you want to say that, right? Smart money. We're not smart money, but we could kind of try to see them. We could literally use this is X-ray vision into the market, not figuratively, literally X-ray vision into what is happening. This is like the only way where you can see literally what the buyers and sellers are doing, at least from an active market order perspective. And then Bookmap would be something where you can see like what the passive orders are doing. Shout out to Visionary. XRP is trash. Shout out to Zach said, I think this, with exo charts, what you're saying, you can get sniper entries. Yes, that's exactly, it'll improve your entries. Because you would say, like, if you don't have, and like, I'll just give a little sauce here. We don't really talk about this a lot on the channel, so I'll talk about it just a little bit, right? Like, if I pull up the CVD, right? Like, and let me just see something here. So, like, right here, for example, what do we have? You have a higher high, and your CVD is coming lower. Shorts are coming in. Higher lows are forming, right? This is a bullish CVD divergence, right? So if all these shorts are entering, right, and price pushes back up, you could end up wrecking those shorts. And it is very oftentimes, right? Like this is, again, how you can find those sniper entries. If you see this bullish divergence here on the CVD, right, and this, you know, look at the explosion that happens after that. And then you could try to even identify, again, this is just X-ray vision into the market. You can identify, what was this? Was this a lot of buying? Or was this literally shorts getting wrecked? And there's a few different ways that you can look at it, right? You can look at open interest, showing opening and closing positions, or you can just look at the wrecked bubbles, right? Like you could see here, a lot of the longs got wrecked right here. Like even here, right, you have a little bit of bearish CVD divergences, right? You have price coming up, and you have lower highs on your CVD. There's two different types of CVD. Again, I'm not going to go into like a full tutorial, but you can just see here on the rect bubble, right? Well, longs got cooked here. So that's kind of how you can identify things. And I guess you could even argue like right here, like lower lows, higher lows. Price is making a lower low, but more buyers are coming in. Right, it's just a simple divergence. So many different theories you can use there. I don't use them all, but it's really, really cool. This is a really, really helped. ExoCharts, when I started using it, really did that exactly for me. It helped me get better sniper entries into the market, right? Because if you have bullish divergences on the trading view chart, but the say the order flow is bearish, well, then you would be looking for a continuation down. You would say to yourself, maybe that bull div on the candlesticks is not going to play out. Right, so not saying you cannot make money trading candlesticks. You absolutely can, right? But this the ExoCharts literally gives you X-ray vision. I haven't really been using ExoCharts recently just because the volume is so low, but it's becoming a little bit more relevant at this point as we're seeing some volatility. We can take a look at XRP. XRP looking trashy. Let's see. Yeah, I honestly, not much of an update here, guys, to be honest. Like, still bing-bonging around here. I mean, your key level still remains at $2 at the value area low. And again, right, like this was the first major level of resistance to be looking for the rejection. POC, same thing stands true. Again, if you're still here and you're new, flip the value area low, undervalued, get back in, money flow comes up, highest probability area for price to go is the POC. Like it is programmed into price, right? That's why I like this form of analysis using volume profiles and even order flow as well. It's like you actually know what's going on, right? You're not just saying like we're pumping, we're bullish, right? Like, well, you could get a pump and you could just be forming bearish CVD divergences, right? Like what is actually happening there? That is what is important in my opinion, right? But even if you're not using the order flow, like at least the value area tells you you were cheap, you're back into the green, your money flow is coming up. POC is next. Literally almost ticked it to the dollar, or the penny, I should say. So just still continuing that rejection there. Shout out to let's say Faith Fathi. Shout out to you. Says Frankie, is money flow and Cypher B worth it, and do you generally use it, and where can I get it from? Shout out to you, brother. Yeah, I use Market Cypher every single day. It is like the only indicator that lives on my chart 24/7. Like very rarely I'll take it off just to like if I want to just look at rare bear candles or bear price action. This is always on the bottom of my chart. It's kind of like your compass, right? And it's not going to play out every single time. You're going to get fake outs on money flow, etc. But this is 100%. This is the. I mean, this is huge, right? I use it every single day, so absolutely worth it in my opinion. I mean, it is a bit expensive, but it will pay for itself, in my opinion, for sure. Now, of course, if you just get on here and start gambling, it's not just going to instantly print you money easily, right? You have to understand how to use it. You still have to study the strategies, but it's absolutely worth it. And for me, you know, one of the most common things I see is I paid for my Market Cypher subscription in the first month, right? But these people probably also have been trading. They understand they have to use a stop loss, etc. Have to be fully transparent. Same thing with the Discord. People are like, I paid for my my yearly subscription in the first month. But of course, they're doing the work, right? They're taking the trades. They're taking profit, right? If you get into my Discord, you take a setup, you don't take any profits, and you don't set a stop loss, you could easily get wrecked, right? So yeah, Market Cypher is absolutely goated, 100%. You could actually use our link in the description down below to get a discount as well. Let's see. Oh, he said, no, I'm joking. He didn't get fired. That's good. That's good. Can we check ICP? Yeah, we could take a look at ICP. Should we play some? Can we play some tunes? Well, you guys hate this. Some like background music. Is that cool? Yay or nay on the music, guys? Hit me with red X's or green checks. Whoever wins, we'll keep the music, or we'll leave it. Which volume profile indicator? This is simply just the fixed range volume profile inside of TradingView. Very simple. I have tutorials on the channel to show you how to set up the settings and all that good stuff. So check those out in the beginner series to learn how to use it. But yeah, let's check out ICP. I like to call it iCup. But let's take a look here. Let's see. So I'll be honest, guys. On the altcoins, all the sentiment from last night is almost exactly the same. Almost exactly the same. Money flow is attempting to come to the upside. We're hoping it doesn't look the same as Solana, right? Solana's crossing into the green. That is much better, right? This is much more bullish. This is letting us know the trend is likely to continue up, right? And of course, POC resistance, pullbacks are expected, right? But overall, higher lows and higher highs would be the expectation. So on ICP, you have money flow attempting to come to the upside. On the daily, right? It's coming up. It's still kind of far away from the zero line, but it is headed in the right direction. So I can't say this looks as good as Solana, but it is headed in the right direction. Overall, you do want to see this money flow trending up, and you could look into the 16-hour and the 12-hour to try to front run that signal, right? If this is going to continue up, well, the 16-hour money flow crossing into the green, it's like waves, right, or dominoes, right? If the 16-hour has money flow crossing into the green, right? So there's the domino. Well, the daily domino is standing right here. Once that winds up coming, again, this is coming down, but just imagine this is coming up. Once that hits the daily, well, the daily is going to start crossing over into the green, right? So it's just like dominoes. I probably could have done that easier with just straight lines. But that's the hope. 16 and 12-hour money flow is crossing into the green. I wouldn't be surprised if you get the continued pullback just because of that red dot printing. Or red dot looking to print here on the 12-hour. And very similar to Bitcoin, 45-minute money flow coming out. So I would be careful of continued pullbacks here. But overall, you're hoping for higher lows and higher highs. But Frankie, where are the higher lows coming in? Bitcoin dumping. Yeah, nothing really significant. I'll come back to this in a second. But where do I look for the higher lows? Are we going to see the continuation up? Well, what's your overall context here? Here's your value area. Sorry, trying to lower the music a little bit. Something like a tiny bit of background music. Come on. I just turned it off. Come on. All right, so where do we look for the higher lows? Well, here's your overall volume profile. So you could say to yourself, just in general, right? This again, undervalued price, overvalued price, right? This is not a coincidence, right? This is volume profiles. And of course, not every trade will play out. Of course, not every trade will play out. But you're going to have a higher probability looking for the shorts, overvalued, longs undervalued, right? So down here, undervalued. You went from overvalued, filled the profile, to undervalued. Now you're at the key level of support. Now you're seeing bullish divergences. Bada boom. Lower lows, higher lows. Get back in the profile. I would say the next target to the upside is going to be that POC. Right hither. But with the red dots looking to print, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little pullback. So where do we look for those higher lows? Well, let's pull our Fibonacci retracements. Let's pull an anchored VWAP as well. See if we can get some confluence here. Let's pull it from the impulse to the high. All right. Little confluence right here. Sitting between 364 and 336. Check the daily MPOCs real quick. No daily, no weekly. So yeah, really, I mean, this would, right here, right? 364 to 336 would be a big level to look at. If we continue down, this would be a place to look for the higher low, in my own personal opinion. And the only other local fib that I would be personally interested in looking at would be pulled from this swing low to the high. They're kind of right on top of each other. This sits between 393 and 371. So you might say to yourself, well, how do I know if I should be looking for the bounce here or the bounce here? Well, I can say right now, depending on if this anchored VWAP is confluent with this fib, right? If we bounce around here and this anchored VWAP moves up into this zone, well, this level is now the more confluent level. But as of right now, the confluence comes in on the lower golden pocket. So do you have bullish confirmations here? Are you seeing bullish divergences? Are you seeing whatever you're looking for, right? If not, well, price is probably going to melt through that and come down to the bigger level. I do like, because very likely this anchored VWAP is going to continue into this upper fib. So first level I would look at, going to be right here. 371 to 393. If you break that, I would just simply look at the bigger fib pulled from the low right here. That gives you the second level. Bitcoin crossing the 200 moving average. Let's see. Yeah, this is nothing super significant. I'm not saying it can't turn into something bigger, but we've just been looking at this for a while. Yeah, haven't broken the low yet. But again, next level here on Bitcoin. Mark it off. 95, 191 to 94, 938. That is going to be the next big level. If we come down, I'll set an alert here, actually. Go a little bit above the level. Boom. Let's see. Yeah, 15-minute money flow back in the green here. 4-hour VWAP getting a little rejected. Come on. I prefer the move down, guys. I prefer this, at least. If not, send it down more. Pay us out on the short, please, for the love of God. All right, let's see here. More sells incoming. Shout out to Nicholas. Send it to 0. Send it to 0. Sui, please, buying opportunity. We can take a look at Sui real quick. I almost just knocked my coffee off the desk. Let me pull up the actual Sui chart. So yeah, I mean, this is where it gets difficult, right? Because if you ask me, buying opportunity now, again, like it really depends on what your context is, right? Long-term buying scenario, are you looking at the 4-hour? Because it all changes, right? Like for me personally, I would say with the actually daily red dot printing, like for a scalp, I would probably wait for that to play out a little bit more. But I will say long-term, daily money flow coming up. We've gotten the nice bounce off our value area high 786. This is literally the lowest you would want price to go before looking for a much bigger drop down. This level does still remain extremely important, right? Because not only is it your 786, it's also your value area high, $1.31. Lose this value area high, you are going to be looking for a bigger drop through the profile. And your point of control and value area lower all the way at the bottom, which probably means that's going to be the next magnetic target. So if you stay above it, that's what you need, right? Like this is huge, 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 huge level to remain above. Very nice that we're getting the bounce off it. Money flow is coming into the green on the daily. So I would say overall, the anticipation here would be lackluster pullback, higher low, higher high. That's the base case. So you can kind of see how that's a little confusing because if you can get a pullback for a higher low and a higher high, you might not want to be like 100x longing right now because you might get wrecked. So that's kind of what I would anticipate here. And again, like to find the higher lows would just simply be pulling my fibs. Pull it from the impulse. Could pull it from the full low as well, right? These would be like the two main ones I would look at. Obviously looking at the impulse first. If that doesn't hold, I would just simply pull this down to the low. And then this 786 at the end of the day, like, again, like this blue zone right here is literally the level you cannot break. If you break below this 786 value area high, I would anticipate a much bigger drop to the downside, especially if money flow tanks back into the red. So I would accept a move down to between about $1.55 to $1.42 if you continue down. That's where you really want to get the bounce. If you bounce earlier, I would say I'd probably like that full fib, to be honest. So I'd say $1.61 to $1.55. So let me just go ahead, mark this here. Bada boom. This is where you want to put in the higher low. $1.61 to $1.43 to the 786. So if we come here, potential higher low, look for the high. You lose this 786, lose that value area high, that idea is invalidated, and you are looking for a bigger drop to the downside. That's what I would look for personally. But money flow bias there would be definitely valid to look for the higher low and the higher high. Next major target to the upside would be between about 234 and 262. You will have local levels here on the daily. Whoops, not an MPOC. You also have a daily here. I'll zoom in a second for you guys. That one's tapped. Yeah, we're already rejecting that previous daily. So these would be the levels I would look at. You could screenshot them. So fib retracement levels sit between 161 and 143. You got these two dailies. You could take those down as well. And then the next major target, if you really get the higher high to come in nicely, 242 to 264. Let me just make sure. Yeah, Bitcoin trying to continue down here. She's trying. She's trying. Let's see. Yeah, 12-hour red dot. Will we get the 12-hour red dot first, or are we going to get the 4-hour green dot first? I would prefer the 12-hour first, but obviously the 4-hour does move faster. Just pull up the local levels here real quick. Yeah, so for anyone who's just tuning in, just see these profiles real quick. Yeah, I'd like to see this level tapped. I got the alert set. Daily MPOC, 94, 95K. Dump BTC, dump. Come on, Mystic Ruin, send it to 0. Do I have my, let me see if I have my short logged in here. Come on, baby, send it down. Come on, pay daddy candles. Pay him. Pay him. If BTC is a girl, is ETH a boy? I feel like ETH is weirdly a girl. I feel like BTC has more guy energy than Ethereum, but I do call Bitcoin a good girl very often. OP, yeah, we could take a look at OP. And Dash, we could take a look at Dash as well. Oh, let me come on over here. Actually, I think I have an OP chart. We have not looked at OP in a long time. All right, well, Fibonacci extension level wound up holding up. Literally just a local extension zone. Literally held almost to the dollar there, or the penny. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Let's take a high time frame view first. Yeah, it's just really hard, right? Because, like, I can't really look lower because I can't look left. So, like, really all I can say here is let me pull up Coinalyze real quick. Let me pull up Coinalyze real quick and see if I can spot any kind of short squeeze incoming. All right, let's see. Check it out on like the 2-hour. Bear with me here. Come on. There we go. All right, so yeah, I wouldn't anticipate, yeah. So kind of show you what I'm looking at here. So what I'm looking for here is some kind of a divergence between the futures and the spot, right? Because if you could see people shorting the heck out of this thing and people are buying it on spot, it could cause a short squeeze. But what I don't see it here, right? What I see is people shorting as well as people selling on spot. So that doesn't help. So we just don't have that. I'll give you the next key targets, right? You have this upper value area here. You're still pretty far away. I can't guarantee you're going to get here, but it sits between 83 and 62 cents. Let me pull. It is somewhat. Yeah, I mean, this is your next volume profile above. It's just really far away. Still got to get through all this stuff. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, like, this is like the next major target is like up towards 62 cents. I could go hyper local here, but it's just not a. There's just like no clear structure, right? Like, this isn't a clear volume profile, right? It's just like POC, then you go down to the low. It's just not super clean. Of course, the value area low does hold up. So like this is really the only other profile I can pull up locally. So what this tells me is that this is the level to reclaim. If you want a continuation up here, let's take a look at the daily. I mean, the daily money flow looks good on almost every altcoin. Almost all altcoins look like this. Money flow coming up. It could indicate a trend to the upside. Assuming Bitcoin doesn't just absolutely nuke here, we could still anticipate that. As long as Bitcoin can hold up the higher lows and the higher highs, then we can anticipate the money flow crossovers on the altcoins to continue. This is the doorway to higher prices, at least locally, right? If you could flip 36 cents, right, 0.3663, all right, maybe you come down, higher low, flip this to support. Next target would be about 42 cents. Flip that. You might be able to fill the whole profile up to 46 cents. So other than that, I would be careful of pullbacks here, just locally. Yeah, I mean, you got this money flow coming out. Let's check the 1 hour. So yeah, I mean, this just kind of looks gross. Low time frame. I would not be interested in trading this if I'm being totally frank with you. High time frame. Hopefully the daily money flow can cross green. You could hold on top of these fib levels and eventually continue the overall trend to the upside. But still, like the bigger range, the more clear volume profile sits up here. So kind of a gross chart here on OP if I'm being totally honest. Let me pull up chat here. Where'd chat go? Where's chat? There you are. Yeah, money flow on the daily is still going up on Bitcoin. Shout out to the Lion Financial. Says, Frankie, do you ever talk stocks? If someone wants me to look at stocks, I'll look at it for sure. If there's one you want to see, I could take a look at it for you. Always a chart perspective. But yeah, usually when people ask for it. It's coming, Frankie. Come on. Send it to 0. I'm kidding. People get mad when I root for price to go down. Come on. Don't make me pull up the 1 second time frame here. 12-hour money flow coming back out. Yeah. I mean, I do think for the next move up, the thing to watch here is the green dot on the 4 hour. Very simple. If you were going to leave the stream right now, watch the 4 hour green dot. Watch the 15. Money flow's kind of not confluent anymore. But watch that 4 hour green dot. If that 4 hour green dot prints and we're going to put in a new high, I think that green dot is what's going to do it. Not that green dot has to do it, but if we're going to get the high, this is the signal I would look for. And if you don't get it on that green dot, I think it's a higher probability that you just continue down. So watch for that green dot on the 4 hour. I'd love to see a 12-hour red dot. Come on, give it to us. Heikinashi candles, almost. So again, right, like when we see these red dots, even the bearish divergence is forming, right? Sure, it could be bearish short term. Look at your money flow, though. It's the reason why the base case is this, right? Money flow is coming up. Red dot could be an ebb or flow to the downside, continuation to the upside. Yeah, people always hate on us bears. Yeah, it's definitely not the popular thing to talk about on YouTube. I could probably increase viewership and likes by 25% by just saying I'm bullish, even if I'm not. If I just lied and said I was super bullish long term, of course the daily money flow makes me bullish based on the daily. Does not change the weekly. Like if I just started lying, like if I just inverted this and changed the colors so it looked like money flow was coming up and said we're going up, we're going up, we're going up. Guaranteed. Better for content. 100% guaranteed. But I just can't. I'm just not. I got to say what I see, guys. I got to say what I got to see. I got to say what I see. Do I see $100 incoming? I do not see $100 incoming. Shout out to Crimson. Said, I'm bearish. The charts don't lie. The charts don't lie. I would agree with you, Crimson. Let's go. OG of the Candle Mafia. Welcome in. Welcome in. 12-hour chart, bearish div. Yeah, bearish div on not only on the stock RSI, but also on the market ciphers. Bearish divergence. So, but again, local, right? I would love this. Oh, God. I can't tell you this is guaranteed going to play out, but I would love this. Pay us on the short. Give us the signs down here. Send it. We'll see. we'll see. I mean, we are, right? The biggest levels on the chart recently on the live streams all throughout this chop. Biggest zone number 1. I probably have the box here somewhere. This zone, 96.3 to 98K. The next level above that, right? And again, part of the reason for this is the golden pocket retracement. Technically, this is obviously a big level of resistance. At the end of the day, if we don't get the higher low and money flow comes back out on all these time frames and we start coming down here, guys, it is technically a valid place to put in the macro lower high on the weekly. In that case, this daily money flow is just a fake out. I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to treat this as a fake out because I'm not going to front run that, right? We actually talked about this on a live stream recently. Like, it wouldn't be super shocking if it was a fake out, very similar to, again, this situation here. If we are truly in a bear market, which the weekly does look like we're in, you don't spend as much time in the green on the daily. You spend a lot more time in the red, right? Nice big red money flow wave, little pop into the green. You don't spend a lot of time, right back into a big red money flow wave. You were only in the green here for a short period of time. And what happens on that short period of time, you come up, you slightly take out those range highs, and what did you reject? Your local golden pocket 786, right? So like this is like that 98K level, and then like this is like that 103K level. And if you look at it from this perspective on log, because it's over a long period of time, this is probably closer to what we're in. Again, I'm not saying you guarantee you have to dump from there, but could, you know, so I would actually say this is like 98K. This is like 103K. And again, if we flip 98K, this is just the next place to look, right? That's just going to be the next place for price to very likely go. If we don't, you got to look, right? Money flow is in the green here too. Right? The base case here would be higher low, higher high. Still, with the overall anticipation of a lower high coming in. But what happens? You come down, money flow starts playing around. You're thinking that's fishy. Yikes. Not really a great place to look for a higher low. And what happens? Massive capitulation. Bearish narratives ensue. Everyone, finally, now we're in a bear market. Don't buy the dip. Bull run. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, let me unextend this just to show you guys, like, how almost exactly this is similar. And, of course, not necessarily saying it has to play out that way. Man, I wish I could just extend this over a little bit. Right? There's your resistance. Local fib. There's your resistance. Local fib. What happened? What the heck? Oh, I deleted it on the object tree. That's what happened. Oh, I got to keep changing this. Dang it. Very similar, right? And, of course, you could go hit that 786 if you want. Is that next? Daily money flow doesn't say that. But just to point it out, daily money flow was not saying it here either. Doesn't mean it's impossible, right? Again, that's kind of like the market intuition that I talk about, right? Like, I understand if this is really a bear market that's similar to here, I know that green money flow is possible to fake out. And even here, like, I wouldn't take it at face value. I would just, keep it in the back of my head. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if this fakes out, but when the money flows in the green, you got to take it at face value. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see. Do I always set up limit orders where your indicators align, or do you just wait for a market order? I almost never use limit orders. Like and the reason for that is I need the confirmation, right? Like, again, like let's say I have my Fibonacci retracement down here, again, 92K zone, right? If this does wind up coming down here, and I don't know what price is going to look like when we're down here, right? There's no price. We're not down there. I don't know what the chart's going to look like. It could look like trash, right? If it looks really good, well, then I want to take a long, right? Or maybe add to my long position, what have you, or just look for a bounce, right? If I don't get my confirmations, right, well, I'm probably not going to want to take that trade. So, I'm never going to really set a limit order, because if I do wind up coming down here while I'm sleeping, say, or something, or I'm not on the chart, and I don't see confirmations, I wouldn't take the long, and I'm just going to get filled on that trade that I wouldn't want to take anyway. So, I very rarely set limit orders. Not saying you shouldn't. This is why I don't. Shout out to Epic, said, you may be onto something. I don't know if you're talking about the Fibonacci, like the kind of similarities here. And again, guys, I want to be very clear. Like, I'm not just expecting this to happen because it happened back here. For all we know, right? Like, you have to understand the market is random, right? For all we know, we could put in the higher low, higher high. We can go into 103K. We can hit 115K. This is all on the table. But again, and you don't need to know, right? Because if we are going to get the rejection here, like in 2021, guess what? We are short from the tippy top in the premium. If it doesn't play out, cool. Small loss, long continues to play out, right? So you don't need to know, right? You don't need to know 100%. So if this does not happen, right, if we wind up just doing something like that, beautiful. Like, we're set up for multiple scenarios here. If it winds up nuking, well, hey, again, I'm going to let that hit me by surprise. Maybe it turns into a massive swing short into a massive drop. That would be nice. But with the money flow in the green right now, I have to see, I'm going to let that hit me by surprise. I'll take small profits along the way, move my stop loss to break even, protecting myself. Limit orders only on 0. Yes, I would put a limit order on 0. If I were to use a limit order, I would probably do it for something like a spot bag. I usually use DCA bots to buy in. But I would say more for hey, if Bitcoin goes to, if you have your main targets, right? Like, hey, if Bitcoin goes to, 60K, 70K, I want to buy a little bit, right? But I'm never doing that to enter trades, especially leverage trades. Almost never. Slow is going to break. Come on, baby. Do it. Do it. Just get on that 1 minute time frame. Money flow on the 1 minute, trying to roll back to the upside. No bullish divergences. Is that something I would long? No. There's nothing to long here, in my opinion. Again, that doesn't mean price can't go up, right? So there's no reason for me to enter a long here. Why? I have lower lows on price action, but I do not have higher lows on my momentum waves, which gives me no bullish divergence. You do have money flow coming up, though. Let me pull up the local levels here. Where are they at? My chart's gotten so messy. Take that off. Man. Absolute mess here. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. This chart was so clean before the live stream. All right. So, I guess we can keep this up too. So the thought process here, right? Obviously, this is the short that we took yesterday. First target, golden pocket. Second target, 786. See if we can make it down there. And then the reason this is here is just because if we break down below these lows, right, we're obviously going to be talking about exactly what I just said, right? Targeting between 92 and 91,000. There you are, right? So we'll see. Can we get back inside the volume profile? Will we break the value area high? I mean, you tapped the golden pocket multiple times. You tapped it once. You tapped it twice. You tapped it thrice. I don't like these levels to get tapped more than once. Usually, the more times you tap on the level, the more likely the level is to break, and or the more times you knock on the door, the more likely it is to open. And in this case, the door is the floor. Maybe move down to 95, 179 to 94.8. Let's see here. I'm just looking at the order flow here on my other screen. See if I see anything interesting. Very slight bearish CVD, but it's on declining open interest. Not a huge fan of that, but yeah, daily MPOC around like 94,880. I mean, the same one I have right here. Pop it up. And maybe we can keep it super simple, right? I could take this. I'll just take this golden pocket off the chart. Oops. See, will the value area high hold, or will we lose it and get the drop down? I'll take the position off the chart as well. Maybe something like this. I don't know. We'll see. Might be able to get the crack. Money flow coming out on the 45-minute. This is what we want to see for the move down. 45-minute money flow crossover, or about to crossover. 12-hour red dot finally printing. Come on. Come on, red dot. Let's get an alert on this as well. Let's see. Bada boom. There we go. Crossing down. Zero line. VWAP. All right, so we'll see. Once we get that, markets FRB, crossing down, boom. See if we can get that dang 12-hour red dot. Getting a little bounce off the value area high. Yeah, you got high volume nodes here too. Maybe something like that. We'll see. We'll watch it. And let me just go ahead and let me get rid of like all of this so I can get more organized here. We'll also keep an eye on this volume profile. Yeah, you got your money flow trending out, at least on the 3-minute. I wish this 45-minute red dot was just starting to print. Let's see. Can we get above the value area low? Yeah, you don't have any bull divs down here, which is the only, maybe a little bit of an exaggerated bull div there, but money flow's not confluent. Money flow coming into the red on the 5-minute. I would love this. Just reject that. Come to the POC. Come to the naked point of control. Come on. Now, if we had something like this, and again, I'm not saying you can't break back into this value area, go to the POC, go back to the high without a confirmation. You totally could. But again, the higher probability would be if you had these confirmations. I had these confirmations. I'd take this trade right now. But we just don't have it, right? Like, man, it's like exaggerated bull divs, which I'm not a huge fan of. I'd like to see the higher low. The higher low is much better. All right, let me pull chat back up here real quick. I have a feeling people are waiting to sell the news on the Clarity Act, and it would have happened today if it weren't delayed. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe that'll be the thing that gives us the pump or the dump. When you get a red dot, that is too late to short. I want to see the local low break to short down to the 92K range. It really depends. I mean, I wish it was that easy, right? Like, I'm never seeing a red dot and then shorting, right? Especially, like, if you're talking about the 12-hour red dot, right? And again, like, my short is from up here, right, on bearish confirmation, right? Not just a red dot. It was the fact that we had broader bearish divergences forming on timeframes like the 80 and 90-minute, higher highs, lower highs. And then we also had lower time frame bearish divergences printing, such as higher highs, lower highs. You also had the SFP, right? So you could say like this red dot on the 80-minute is technically like where you would look to potentially enter the trade, but it's not the red dot. It's not just the red dot, right? Not all red dots are created equal, right? Obviously, they do oftentimes give you ebbs or flows, right? Red dot, green dot, red dot, green dot, red dot, green dot, red dot, right? But really what makes me look for the short up there is the fact that you have the actual divergence between the price action and the indicator. And then the red dot is letting me know that once that red dot prints and confirms, that is telling me that that bearish divergence is confirmed. Because if you could try to front run it, I do that often, where I'll try to front run it before it confirms or even before it prints sometimes. But it's not just the red dot. So it also depends on what you're talking about, right? So like, is the red dot too late to short here? Well, no, right? Because it's coming up on a higher high. The red dot prints. That's the confirmation of the bearish divergence. You're expecting that to be at least a local high of the move, and then you look for this to send it back to the downside. It's literally like right where we're in at, right? So in that scenario, not too late, right? But like, I mean, could you short the 12-hour red dot and continue down? Yes. You might just have to deal with a little bit of turbulence, right? You might just... Yeah, I just don't enter my trades there. Not saying you can't. They won't release any good news until the charts let them. Then comes the next rug pull when BTC hits oversold zones for a nice retrace. Shout out to fiat level. I think it's fiat. Is that fiat or flat? Fiat. It's fiat level. Shout out to you, brother. Let's see. Yeah, the more times you tap, the more likely you are to trap. I like that. The more times you tap, the more likely to trap, which would make sense. I don't know if you're talking in the opposite direction of what I'm thinking, but the way I would look at that is, right, the way I would look at that is, whoops. Massive long, massive long, massive long, massive long. Liquidity below. Trap them. There we go. Come on, baby. Get inside that value area. Literally what we wanted to see right there, guys. Live on the Frankie Candles YouTube channel. Stay out. Stay out. Get in. Get in. Send it down. Send it. First alert off. Come on. Break it. Break it. We tried. We can't. We tried. Come on. Do it. Don't make me pull up the 1 second chart here. Don't make me do it. Look at that. Perfect support. Come on. Go. Down. Down. Don't make me do it. I'm going to do it. Come on. Come on. Don't do it. Don't do it. You'll regret that, Bitcoin. You'll regret it. Come on. Come on. Suck on down there. What would you recommend using when scaling and using free indicators? Shout out to Rudy. I don't know exactly if I understand the question. No, Frank, feel for us. Say go up. All right, fine. Fine. I'll sacrifice the short. I'll sacrifice the short. We'll do it. Fine. I'll do it for you guys. I'll do it for the mafia, baby. Oh, man. Add more sauce to those magnets. What else can we add there? Fire. We can add fire down here. Come on. You don't want that. You don't want that, Bitcoin. Come on. Of course, I prefer the opposite way, but I'll do it for the mafia. I'll do it for the mafia. What else can we add here? The calf's down here. Come on. You don't want this calf. You don't want this calf. Get out of here. Look at that. The calf is scaring it away. The calf is scaring it away. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Go. 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 There we go. There we go. The calf is the trick there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Come on. Do it. Come on. Sorry. Real TA here real quick, guys. Okay. No. No. Go. Go. Come on. The mafia wants you to go up. Come on. Don't do it. Whoopsh, whoopsh, whoopsh. We got to get the Mrs. Candle's hand in here. Come on. Oh, my God. Perry said he's not joking about getting fired back to trading. Shout out to Perry. What did you do? Did you tell your boss? Did you fire your boss? Did you tell off your boss? Let us know what you did, bro. Let us know what you did. Come on. Come on. Keep going. Do it. You know what this calls for, guys? This calls for the 1 second time frame. Come on. Man, 1 second. We might have to go 5 second here, guys. Man, barely any kind of action there or any kind of candles. Come on. Holding the value area low. Holding the value area low. The magnets are multiplying. The magnets in the V formation. V formation on the magnets, guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. We reversed the poles. We reversed the poles. Oh, God. Oh, God. Come on. I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you, Mafia. Come on. You don't want this fire. You don't want this fire. She's tapping. She's tapping. Come on. Come on. Give it. Come on. Give it to us. Get above that low. Get above that low. Get above it. Oh, no. Oh, no, guys. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, man. I will happily watch my P&L diminish for the Mafia. Come on. Bro, send it down. Support the Mafia Bears. It's Bears versus Bulls. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, man. I'm really trying hard not to order Starbucks Uber Eats right now, guys. I'm not going to lie. Those double smoked bacon, this is random. Those double smoked bacon egg sandwiches are so good. All right. Come on. Need more magnets. Need more magnets. Oh, no, guys, this isn't good. Rejecting the value area low. We do have the green dot on the 10-minute. Maybe? Oh, I don't know. Original idea, guys. Oh, man. This might just be a chop fest here, to be honest with you. Duplicate the fire. Oh, there we go. There we go. We just have to turn up the fire a little bit. Double V formation on the magnets. What do you think about targeting the 618 from the weekly impulse at $78,400? Well, let's take a look here. We'll take our I'm going to have to hide this for a minute, guys, so I can see what I'm doing. So hopefully that doesn't stop the effects, but let's see. This golden pocket. This golden pocket is I'm not really paying attention to anymore. Why is that? Well, we've already come down to that golden pocket, gotten some kind of a reaction, right? Although very lackluster, which obviously was the thought process here because we had money flow coming out on, I believe, the daily. So once that gets ran through, right, and we reject it, like that is no longer on my chart. Right, so my thought process there is the next level to look down to is the 786, which is the last level we were looking at in order to be looking for some kind of a bigger retracement to come in, like this. That 786 was kind of that last level. We also have like weekly MPOCs down there. So, once we flip that level to resistance, break through it, I don't really pay that much attention to it again. You could look at it for a potential like flip of support. Right, like maybe if we come back down, flip it to support, it comes in at 94K. Not something I really look at. Once it's ran through like this, I just take it off the chart. For the most part, like unless you're going to do something like this, where like you lose the 786, you get back up, you hold it, right? But at this point, I'm not really paying attention to that. Unless you're talking about, you said the weekly impulse from 74K, so that's probably what you're talking about. Shout out to Raj. Welcome in. He says hi. Shout out to you, brother. Welcome in. Welcome in. Can we take a look at ETH? Yeah, we could pop in on ETH for real quick here. Come on, baby. Come on. You're just bing-bonging around here on the PLC. which obviously is resistance. We're back below the 786. But like, to be honest, from like a high time frame perspective, there's, not much I can do other than like looking at the 5 minute. But of course, if Bitcoin dumps, I would expect ETH to follow anyway. So like your biggest level of support here on ETH, if we get a bigger pullback, biggest level, right? Well, now this golden pocket can move. So I would actually separate this. 786 value area low at 28.94 is your biggest level. You can't lose that. You do not want to lose that. Please, for the love of God, let's not lose it. So here's like the big key levels I'd look at on Ethereum. You got your golden pocket weekly MPOC. And now what I'm doing here is because we have our money flow coming up on the daily with a potential daily bearish divergence forming here at resistance, right? Well, that could give us a pullback, right? If we get that red dot to print, could get a pullback. The value area low is the biggest level to hold. We could also pull. It's the same thing on Bitcoin, right? It's like almost the same structure. Most locally, let me pull a daily MPOC here as well. See if we have similar stuff. I'd have to guess it's in there. It is, right? So it's very daily MPOC golden pocket confluence right here between the golden pocket 786. This zone sits between 31.89 and 31.22. This would be the first major level I would look at if we get a bigger continuation down, right? This thing, bear div decides to play out and give us the bigger push. That's the first zone to look at. And we'll cross these bigger levels when we get to them. That would be the first place to look. So there you go. Other than that, it looks exactly the same as Bitcoin. How are we doing over here? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, God. We turned the magnets in the fire off for 1 second. Oh, how do you like that, Bitcoin? Burn! Burn! Someone's going to tune into this live stream and have no idea what's going on. They're like, I don't get it. I was talking when you pull from the top of 49.1. When you pull from the 49.1 to the top. 49.1 to the top. Let me just pull this up on a clean chart. Let's see. 49.1 to the top. So you're probably talking about this low. Not something I'm looking at. Yeah, not something I'm really looking at. I would look at the current swing low to the swing high as the valid fib level, right? Which, of course, we are attempting to get a bounce off of right now, which hopefully could see a little bit bigger of a retracement. If you're looking at this, it's like if we wind up breaking down, right? So, for example, if we wind up losing this 786 over time, right, I'm expecting to take out this low at the end of the day. Now, we'll obviously have trades here. We'll have local trades that we'll be looking for. But at the end of the day, if we decisively lose this 786, right, money flows coming out on the weekly, right, crossing into the red, I'm looking to crack that low, which is pretty much right where that golden pocket sits. So could you double bottom? Maybe. But again, that money flow crossing into the red indicates the continuation of the downtrend, right, which would be a crack of this low. So I would now I would pay more attention to maybe the 786 here because that 786 is confluent with the POC, very close to our previous value area here, right? Value area high, POC 786. I would just, if we take out this low, I'm probably expecting between 70 and 68K, and then that 786 is somewhat in there. I wouldn't really pay much attention to this. Could you double bottom? I mean, maybe, but that's just not something I'm paying attention to. Again, not that you shouldn't or not that it can't play out. It's just I'd be lying if I say I've been looking at that golden pocket because I haven't. Should I deliver Frank Starbucks while he's live? Shout out to Tony D. I will sue you if you do that. Do not leave your house to bring me Starbucks. That's out of control. Now I'm going to Uber Eats you Starbucks. Shout out to Tony D. He will do it. He will do it, guys. He will. Oh, man. All right. So back into the volume profile. I'm sorry, guys. I tried. I really did. I did. We put the fire, the magnets, everything. Come on. Snap this low. Give it to us. Give it to us, baby. Back inside the value area. Lower value area, I should say. Take a look at the 5 minute. Yeah, like no bull div here on the 3 minute. You might get it on the 5 minute, but again, money flow's coming out, right? Not super confluent. One hour money flow coming out, right? That is confluent, right? With the overall general move to the downside, right? Might have just had like a little New York open volatility here, right? Again, initial short position, bounce off the golden pocket that we had. Lower high, still valid technically. Now, if this 45 and 1 hour money flow, so I'll tell you guys the things to look for the bigger continuation down. And I'll actually just label it here so you can literally screenshot it. We'll just spoon feed it, because why not? This would indicate trend reversal or trend continuation to the downside. You want this in confluence, or maybe I'll just draw it in the same thing, with 12, 16-hour red dots. That's what you want. 1 hour, 45-minute money flow crossing into the red with 12 and 16-hour red dots. If you see all this happening at the same time, or at least very closely confluent with each other, that would indicate the continuation of the downtrend overall. Like high, low, lower high, lower low. And depending on how low this goes, I don't know what's going to happen here. But at that point, maybe you get another green dot on the 1 hour. If you get a bounce, and on that retracement, money flow is still coming out, or maybe even in the red, the bias there would be lower high, lower low again. Where do you find that lower high? Well, you'd be looking at your golden pocket, 786, and you would have to pull it to whatever the low is, which I don't know what it's going to be. You could even maybe pull this local lower high. And if you come all the way down here, it's going to be much lower. If it comes down here, it's going to be right there. There we go, baby. There we go. Pull that TA back up. Oh, God. Well, okay. Magnets and fire don't work anymore, guys. That was, I guess, a one-hit wonder. All right, there we go. Finally. Little wonked out, but we got the move. There it is. But we still need that daily MPOC. I would still prefer to see this level hit. And again, break below the value area high. Next likely place for price to go is the POC. Right? And again, why was I not really interested in a bounce on support on the value area high? Well, we didn't have bullish divergences, right? There was no entry trigger. There was no reason. Like, let me just walk you guys through that, right? Let's pull up the volume profile again. Where's it at? I'll have to re-pull it. Right? Why did it? I mean, you can scrub back, right? Why did I say I prefer this, right? Well, it's not just because I'm in the short, right? But it's also the fact that we had no bullish divergences down here. Like, would I be interested in longing this? No. Why? There's no bull dips. We just don't have it, right? What would I prefer? Higher probability of rejecting the value area low and coming back in here. Once you lose the value area high, where are you very likely to go? PLC of the range. And the 786 confluence. Where are you bouncing from, right? And again, I'm not necessarily saying it's going to be a massive bounce, but there it is, right? Sweep right into the PLC. Magnetic nature, live, right? Not hindsight, just literally live. There you go. Free sauce. Boom, baby. Come on. Reversal 94.7-ish. I mean, define reversal. Again, it's a very broad term. Like, this is technically a reversal locally, right? But it's also a much bigger continuation of the downtrend. So it depends on what you're looking at for a reversal. But that is the next major key level of support I would look at. Right now, we're inside the volume profile. So we can say, this is a low time frame profile, so maybe we play around a little bit. But at this point, value area high, POC. If we could stay inside this range, we can go back to the POC, back down to the low. Let's pull our fib here and see if we have any confluence. Let's pull it from that. Is that the high? I guess this. Here's our next resistance. Let's watch it live. Let's watch it live. Turn that red. Let's see. Shout out to man, I think I'm getting old, guys. My eyesight is trash. Shout out to Teresa Young says the whole growth of BTC really just makes me sad. We pushed intuitions. We pushed institutions, adoptions before peasants. I would say the normies got in first before the kind of makes me feel good. It's like, man, I was in crypto when Larry Fink was calling it a scam, right? And like all these big hedge fund managers were calling it a scam. Like no one believed in it. And I was like, sure enough, here they come, late to the party. And of course they're going to. Shout out to Rudy, said, dude, you're changing, deleting, adding, hiding everything on the chart so fast. You're a madman. Shout out to you, brother. Got to be quick here on the 3 minute. Shout out to Rudy. Is there a video on bull divs? Yeah, shout out to RH. Beginner series, totally free. Literally like 100% free trading course. I should say beginner trading course. Go check it out. And then you run through all the tutorials on the channel. Literally this whole channel is free trading education. The best free trading education you'll ever find. Let's see, that alert sound tripped out my cat. Let's go. Sorry to our day's cat. We apologize. Did he short it though? Or long it, I guess. Let's see. Pull it down with the magnet so it reaches 94,250. Reaches my TP. We got Derek's TP at 94,250. 94,250. Okay, you're gonna have to get through the daily MPOC there. That might prove to be a bit of a struggle. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Come on, baby. Come on. 100 weeks moving average formed the true value area low. It may flip as resistance later this year. Shout out to Ben3157. We'll see. Definitely a big level. What are we feeling, guys? What are we feeling? Are we going to bounce off the POC? Let me know. Bulls or bears? Bulls or bears? Round 2. Fight. Aster, yeah, we could take a look at Aster. I'm not really going to focus on a lot of the altcoins just because, again, like this is probably going to line up very closely with every other altcoin that we looked at. Let's see. And I say this every time I look at alts. I mean, it depends, right? Like, could just give like the general TA. But I'm not 100% sure. Like when people want to see a coin, I'm not sure exactly what you specifically want to see, right? Like daily money flow. I mean, this does not look as pretty as something like Solana. But again, looking at the macro context here with like, if this is going to be a big fake out on the daily money flow for Bitcoin, this could obviously bleed into altcoins as well. But yeah, like your daily money flow is kind of just flat in the red here. I don't really see any like secret signal or anything that's saying this thing's going to the moon or anything. And then like what I can do is I can give you key levels. I don't know if that's exactly what you want, but let's see. So here's your local value area. Right hither. All right, we got one bull and one bear and a panda bear and a teddy bear in the chat. So I guess bears are beating bulls right now, I would say. So here's your local value area. You could screenshot these levels. You got 68.6. I'm not going to read the 0.684 points, and then the POC is at 0.693. And then your value area high is at 0.764, right? So you could screenshot those, get those for your value area, right? So again, same kind of thing stands true here. Undervalued. Well, your POC is really close, so technically you went from undervalued to fair value, a little bit above, back to undervalued to fair value, a little bit above, held it, back to the high, overvalued, back to the low, undervalued, back to the high, overvalued. So, of course, not shocking to see that rotation back down to the low. You have a 12-hour red dot printing. Is it a blood diamond? Don't give us insult to injury here. No 12-hour blood diamond. 16-hour blood diamond is printing. So that is just a little bit of a insult to injury there on the red dot. But I would say your next big level to hold on top of is going to be that, of course, value area low. Sitting between, again, 694 to 684. Excuse me. PLC value area low. And then, you could continue to potentially, your money flow is on the 16-hour coming up. So let me see if I can pull this fib real quick. Let me just see. Just take that golden pocket off the chart. Again, with this fresh 12 and 16-hour red dot, I'm not necessarily anticipating that 786 to hold up, but technically your support comes all the way up here. So 70 cents to 0.684. If you end up losing that, you're probably going to hang out down below the volume profile again, and then your goal would be to hopefully get some bullish divergences or something down there to reflip and rotate back to the high. So that would be the local levels I'd look at on Aster. After that, pull up the VPVR real quick. Yeah, you got a big volume gap here, which obviously has been acting as resistance. You couldn't break into it, but I would say if you were able to crack above this high, that could trigger a pretty fast, again, fast move down could be a fast move up, right, through the profile or through the low volume gap. You got to get in there, though. So you do have a low volume gap ahead if you could break above those highs. Whoops. And then that would very likely bring you up towards about 90 cents. Money flow on the 12-hour or 16-hour not looking bad, 12-hour not looking bad. Daily kind of looks It's technically trending out here. So, shout out to French Toaster in the chat. What is going on? Servando Estrada said, watch the Frankie Candles Beginner Series. Yes, 100%. Go watch that. It'll answer all your questions you have if you're new here. And, of course, it's all free. Yo, shout out to Get Rich Smart said, Frank, you talk so fast sometimes. I have to slow down the video to 0.75 speed on YouTube. Thanks for all you do. Shout out to you, brother. I try so hard. To slow down my speech. It's just really hard for me. I talk this fast in real life. Also feel like maybe it keeps people a little more engaged. People always ask me why I scream. We're pretty boring stuff here, right? Like looking at candles and numbers and You ever Wolf of Wall Street? High frequency number in your head. Got to get those rookie numbers. You got to get that up 3-4 times a day. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, Bulls, wake up. Don't give up. Wild work. I watch at 1.5x. Shout out to the real Peachy. Dude, that's kind of crazy, bro. That's not for the faint of heart. Is this not real life? Well, shout out to Crypto Crawler, yes. But like, I don't just talk like this on stream. This is how I talk in real life. I'm also very animated in real life too. It's not like I don't really put on much of a show here. You meet me in real life, this is pretty much what you get. Weirdness, wackiness, all in. It's all pretty authentic. Maybe I put a little higher energy, maybe. I'm obviously, when I'm laying on the couch, I'm not high energy, but if I'm around people, I'm usually bouncing off the walls. Am I in the Matrix? Shout out to Crypto Crawler. This is not real. Shout out to Crypto Crawler. Yeah, shout out to Jenny. Said, Frank, if you just hung out and traded all day, you'd have an appreciative audience because you're entertaining. Yeah, shout out to Jenny. I appreciate that. And that was, I was really, really mad, guys, because yesterday I wanted to go live for New York Open because, usually you get the most volume in New York Open, and my internet was down. And I guess they fixed it. I don't know. They never came back. We're still live. We've been live for 3 hours. They never came back. So there we go. I guess those roadblocks worked. I got Phoebe standing guard outside by the wires. She's like, ah, ah. I heard her. I don't know what goats. What noise do goats make? They don't whinny. They kind of scream. She's like, ah, ah, ah. And I heard her going crazy out there. They might have come to try and work, but Phoebe is a trained attack goat, guys. She's hard to get by. So shout out to Tony D. Says, this is the best community for sure and best channel. Shout out to Tony D. Let's go, baby. You make bears fun. Yeah, shout out to Jenny. I mean, here's the thing. Actually, I was just looking at this last night. Just on my own, right? I'm like literally just staring at the charts as I typically do. And I was just, a lot of people, I always say this, right? A lot of people will leave during the bear market, right? Let's just assume, right? Hopefully it's not true, but let's just assume we go into a full-blown bear market. Well, guess what, guys? There is so much money to be had in a bear market, and I always save our old trades, and unfortunately, I don't know what happened. This used to run like I started tracking them like down here, and all these trades used to like run all throughout here. And when price goes sideways, when price goes down, and especially when price is in a bear market, people like to leave, right? Like this is the beauty of being a trader. Not only is it like the best job ever, right? And especially being blessed enough to be able to do it with you guys is the best thing ever. But there are so many trades, right? Like it's not just buy here, wait for price to go up. And of course, right, if you're just a long-term investor, that's totally fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But from a trading perspective, there are so many trades to be had inside these moves, right? And now I could zoom in here. It's not just like one position here, one position here. If you zoom in, there's tiny little scalps in there. They're all over the place. Some of these moves on the, some of these trades on the way up are shorts, and you can just see like whether it's going. This is a perfect example of whether it is going sideways, up, down, sideways, down, up, and there are longs within this trend to the dump to the downside. There is always opportunity in the chart. So you could literally I'm so mad all these got deleted because it would just be so clean to go through all of that. They're just so much fun to have here, or not fun, but so much money to be made in here. And again, like if you zoom in here, I try to save them when I remember. But like try to find an example here. It's like, here's a long, right? Well, I missed the long from the bottom. Here's another potential long, right? And catch the short, go short, right? And like even zoom in even further, you have like little tiny micro scalps in here that you can't even see. You can see the numbers popping up, but you can barely see the positions. It's like even within this push to the upside, you have another long here. You have another long here, which could either be opened and closed or open and held for higher prices. And then even on this push to the downside, another long, another short, another long, another short, right? Like you have so much opportunity within the price action, right? So like when price just goes sideways, and it would look the same on a bear market. If price was going down, you would see the same thing. Oh my God, long, short, long, short, long, short. Like just tons of opportunity, right? All the time. The faucet is always on. It does not matter what's happening. The faucet's always on. The machine's always running. The opportunity's always there. You just got to learn how to find them on the charts and take advantage of them, and then manage the risk and actually do the real hard part and the miserable part of the trading journey, which is stick to your plan, have the discipline, control your emotions, which is very difficult. Frankie, if you had a time machine, would you full port your ETH stack to Solana? I hate that I stayed with these. Most of my group swapped sub $1. I just keep losing friends to millions. When I disappear into the blockchain riches. Oh, shout out to Teresa Young. Would I switch my ETH stack for Solana? Not necessarily. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. But I do hold ETH from much lower. So, no, I wouldn't. I'm pretty happy with my ETH stack and my Bitcoin stack. I mean, and my Solana stack. That's like a personal preference, though. My buy-in on Solana is like $30, I believe. $30 is my average entry for Solana. Also, for those of you guys who've been watching for a while, we also caught 3x leverage tokens down at like, this is, where's Solana? I have to check my ETH entry price. I'm holding some ETH from way lower. But let me see, where's Solana at? So yeah, 20 to 30. I just go by like the structure. It's like the same place on the chart. But yeah, like $30 is my entry on Solana. And then we also caught 3x pre-leveraged tokens from like almost $8. and rode those all the way up. I don't hold those anymore. I wound up selling those on the way up, made a bunch of money. But my spot bags are in from like $30. So I'm happy with my Solana and ETH bags. I personally wouldn't switch them. It's not because I think ETH is going to be the best coin ever and it's going to take over everything or anything like that. I'm just happy with my positions. So, goats bleat. That is right. Shout out to Sarah. Bleeding is the word. I think you're correct. I knew I've heard it before. They bleat. Ah! 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 Yo, shout out to goats, bro. Oh, man. Hang on one second, guys. Hang on. Oh, what am I doing? I'm like Googling sound effects. Goats make. Never mind. Never mind. Stream Deck's frozen. Unbelievable. Oh, goats go. Goats are my favorite animal. Where do I think Bitcoin will bounce? Let's pull up the levels again. Currently bouncing off the POC. But I think the next significant level that I'm watching is going to be the daily naked point of control value area low, around like $95,000. But if that doesn't hold, right, like it's a very general question. I could say I think we're going to bounce off the POC, but it'll be very local, right? If we lose 95,000 or about 95K, if we cannot hold that daily naked point of control, very simply, I would hope. And look, there's going to be local levels we can look at as well, but overall, right, the bigger level would probably be around $92,000 right down here. Let me pull up that Fibonacci retracement, and there we go, right? Sometimes it takes a little bit of time. This is where a lot of people get caught up. Wait for the golden pocket retracement. Oh, my God, short it. Oh, no, wait, right? Just waiting for that level to get hit. Not that I'm interested in shorting it necessarily, but there's patient. Oh, my God, it didn't go there. Well, look at that. There's the golden pocket tapped in real time. Patience is key, my friends. Patience is key. So we'll see if we can break out of this volume profile. If we can't, my next target would be to eventually continue through the profile, see this finally get tapped. Which doesn't look... Where'd my alert go? I had an alert over here. Here we go. So we'll see what happens. We'll watch it live. There we go. Perfect rejection currently from the value area high. You can see how beautiful those levels are. Should we do like an early day, just like live price action? Walking through it. Maybe we'll find some like better music. I turned that music, guys, off because it was tripping my brain out. It was too like loud and horny. Horny, like not what you guys are thinking. Let's see. It'd be great to get to 115K as a short entry. I mean, yeah, if we get to 118K, definitely going to be an opportunity to look for a short for sure. Frankie, Frankie, you sound better than most goats. I've been practicing. Phoebe gives me lessons. Bro's wild, and yeah, I didn't mean that was a legitimate accident. That was a legitimate accident. But it was too much like, it was just too, I don't know, it was like making my brain short circuit. I had to turn it off. But maybe we'll find like more like tame, less horny beats. Random coin, but is there any hope for Vera? Is that Veracity? Let me just get a quick, back to the value area high. So we'll see. I'm just going to set an alert on this 786 in case we crack it. Frankie's on freaky time. Yeah, apparently. Apparently we're on freaky time, guys. Talk about horny goats. But, which is weird, right? Because isn't horny goat weed a thing? Which is just like... Anyway, I don't even know what horny goat weed is. I think it's like an herb, isn't it? Or like a supplement. What is horny goat weed? Horny goat weed Improve sexual function. Is that that can't be the real name? It's like, yeah, it's like weed, bro, but it just makes you horny. What the? Improve sexual function, eases menopause symptoms. Interesting. Potential cardiovascular benefits. I'm going to have to take some horny goat weed, guys, because I'm all about cardiovascular health. I mean, if there's one thing I'm into, it's my cardiovascular health. And, I mean, it looks like this is the best thing to take. I mean, I'm not really interested in any of the other things, but the cardiovascular benefits is definitely, yeah. I'm going to have to order. Hang on one second, guys. I'm going to have to order this real quick. That is. Look at that. Quick. Amazon. Oh, same-day delivery, which makes no sense. All right, it's going to be here soon. I'm excited for my heart to be really healthy. Anyway, let's continue on here. Let's take a look at Vara real quick. Oh, yikes. What is this? Oh, man. Dang, brother. Am I looking at the right coin? Yeah, he gave the ticker. So this is, I can't really do anything with this from like a chart perspective. I mean, this is definitely doesn't look good. Man, I feel bad. I wish I could do something here, but even if I had, for example, like you can see that you did have a bullish divergence here on the daily. It did play out, right? It did give you a little move up. 176%, technically a big move up. But you can see here, this was a series of bullish divergences ever since like back here. Lower low, higher low, sweep, boom. Another higher low. Sweep, boom. Another lower low, another higher low, sweep, boom. Right? So even if I see this daily bullish divergence, the one thing I can say is your money flow is trying to come up. So I just don't know. I don't really know a lot about this. And from a chart perspective, like I can say your money flow is trying to come up. You have the bull div, but I would definitely not. I would definitely be careful. Because again, is it just going to be another sweep boom? Right? Definitely could be. So yeah. Other than that, there's like no real legit structure that I can look at. So I don't want to give you just like low probability levels or anything like that. So not much I could do here from a chart perspective. 2-day money flow coming up. Daily money flow coming up. I'm sorry, that was the 2-day. Same thing stands true though, right? Like daily bull div, boop, dump. Daily bull div, dump. Daily bull div. Oh, all right. Nice little continuation. Money flow trying to come back up. So you could argue that, if this continues up and crosses green, you could look for higher lows and higher highs. But this chart looks terrible. So, again, I don't want to say that it's impossible for it to recover. It's just there's nothing really super confident here on the charts. And I just don't want to give you bad information, brother. I'd rather disappoint than give bad information and, potentially mess you up. All right, let's see. Oh, God. Now we know why Frankie's fork is so hard. Okay. Natural, I almost said aphrodisiac. Natural aphrodisiac. Smooth jazz and lo-fi beats. Yeah, we could try that. It's true. Shout out to, you're talking about the cardiovascular benefits of horny goat weed. Twerking is my cardio. I always get funny looks at the gym after my 30-minute twerk sesh. Shout out to French Toaster. I don't do it for fitness, but it does end up being a good workout for me every time I do it, which is twice a week. Yeah, right, the cardio. Man, yeah, dude, your heart's one of the most important parts of your body. I mean, no heart, no life, right? So, I don't have menopause, obviously, but, I guess that would, I don't know. That doesn't really affect me. I don't remember what the other effects were, but definitely the cardiovascular stuff is, keep the blood flowing good. Anyway, let's continue on. Amino acids are good for your veins to dilate. All right. I think horny goat we'd mentioned that would dilate something else, but That's horny goatweed. Amino acids. All right. Shout out to Jose. And beet supplements. All right. Horny goatweed and beets. Let's see. Shout out to Nimi. Says, what's the outlook for Solana? If you scrub back to the beginning of the stream, just scrub till you see Solana. I think it was like the first altcoin we looked at. We went over it a couple times. So just scrub till you see Solana. You'll probably get you'll get all the sauce on Solana. Same bias as yesterday. Just rejecting resistance as resistance. Okay, everybody calm down. Just rejecting the POC currently, but money flow coming up could indicate that we could see an eventual higher low before finally getting the bigger move to the upside. And I'd be looking between about 128.88 all the way down to 123.20 as the lowest level. I would not want to break this 786. If I lose that, I'm probably looking lower. But as long as this money flow keeps in the green, generally, could be open to higher lows and higher highs. Of course, you could look for hyper-local higher lows and higher highs. But with this daily red dot printing, I would be patient, personally, to wait for a bigger drop. What about the Monero pump? We took a look at Monero yesterday. We could take a quick look at it. Obviously, massive rip. Massive breakout. Let me pull it over here because we pulled up the key levels. Why did I do that? Question is, what chart were we looking at? It wasn't the Kraken chart. I might have. Did I delete the levels? I always look at the Bybit chart. So, all right, I'll just repull. Oh no, we might have looked at something weird because I wanted more price history. Let's see, is this 2020? Well, I could pull the same levels here, so let me just pull them. So we already pulled the Fibonacci extension, which was the level that we were tapping into at the time. We weren't looking at it before, to be fully transparent. But that would have been the level we would have looked at ever since the bottom of 2022. If you put in a new all-time high, this is your first major target on these secret Fibonacci extension levels. But I'm just kidding. They're not secret, guys. If they were secret, probably no one would use them, and they probably wouldn't work. So, but yeah, this topped out at about 782. Currently, the current top. Only thing I could really do here is really what we did yesterday was just kind of mark off that next target, which obviously we have not come up to hit. If you could crack above this extension target at 782.39, right? Like the next major target to look at would be the between 1,050 and about $1,200. There's no saying, right? Like, it's very hard. I look at the weekly time frame. Money flow is absolutely cranking to the upside. Yeah, it looks like the weekly money flow took some horny goat weed, and yeah, that thing's just going straight up. And it's really hard, right? Like, I don't have any bearish divergences here just yet. Maybe if we get like some kind of crazy dump, this momentum wave can come down and create a lower high. But there's not a lot I can say here, right? Like, we're at a major target. You're at resistance. Taking a look at the daily, money flow is generally attempting to trend down. You had an overbought momentum wave, VWAP, red dot looking to print. So I just would, as we said yesterday, right, like not surprising if you're going to see some kind of cool-offs here, maybe some chop. And then as you get a little bit more structure and price action in here and money flow has a chance to move around, you can get a little bit of a read of, is this going to eventually cross into the red for a much bigger trend to the downside, or are you just going to keep scamming up? Easy target. If you scam to the upside, the next major level is probably going to be $1,050 to $1,200 at the Fibonacci extension. And then if you cool off, right, if you do get a big drop to the downside, really, let me take these off. Bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, I mean, look at this. 4-hour money flow is I can't even say that's trending out. You had the 4-hour bear div, little drop down, but this money flow is still thick in the green. VWAP coming up. 6-hour VWAP trying to come back up. And I'm not going to lie, at the end of the day, this kind of does look like, if you get those green dots, money flow still healthy. It looks like you could form a little bit of a bear div, which would potentially call for a new high to come in. Now, you might have some local targets that come in here as well. But just in general, long term, you know. And again, this is kind of like an isolated thing, right? Like this isn't really happening on many other altcoins. People were calling out Dash before. So Dash, yeah, Dash with another big pump to the upside. I would be careful of this. 2-day money flow faked back out into the green. I would be careful. I mean, clear resistance here. Let me pull this on. You're tapping into the golden pocket. Is this confluent with a naked point of control? Let's see. Is not on the... Oh, no, it's the 2-day. I was going to say. All right, so I'll just give you these local resistances, which the top end of this is actually going to be the line in the sand for a new high to be made. So you have the daily MPOC, golden pocket. You have the 786. So this is zone number 1. Zone number 2 would be the 786 daily naked point of control. So this is definitely, right, daily money flow looking to come up or attempting to trend up as well. So if you're going to be looking for this money flow to cross into the green to give you a continuation of the uptrend, 786 is the level to get above at 109.85. If you can get above that and flip it to support, I would look to take out the high here at 146. If you get in here, see here, yeah, money flow doesn't look bad on the 16-hour here. But again, this is like also isolated. There's no, not as much as Monero, but yeah, I mean, 16-hour money flow is similar to the other altcoins coming up. You could anticipate higher lows and higher highs. I mean, this is the line in the sand. If this is just going to come in, reject the fib, and go down more, this is the place for that to happen. Once you break above it, it's invalidated, and you can look for a break of the highs. So, very simple. If this, then that. If this, then that. But I would say money flow is pointing for a continuation. The question is that continuation of the trend here? You have the 16-hour red dot looking to print at resistance. You could look for higher lows and higher highs, but is that trend and money flow just going to be a local trend up here? No, I honestly, the higher time frame money flow on Dash doesn't look bad either. 5-day money flow trending into the green, that doesn't look that bad. 6-day money flow tempting to come back up. Weekly money flow kind of flat. You do have a weekly green dot and trigger wave there as well. So I don't, 2-day money flow doesn't look great, but I don't know. The 5-day, yeah, it's kind of mixed here, honestly. Your 2-week money flow looks really nice. Massive red wave, cross into the green. That doesn't look bad. 2-week green dot printing as well. So I would play this locally. Those are 100% your 2 biggest levels of resistance. Got to get above here in order to break the high. So there you go. Do I think there's a probability or a possibility of a little harder pump on altcoins before BTC dumps below 80K? Yes. The one thing that would step on that, obviously, would be if, again, if this daily money flow ends up faking out and we just get the dump from here, probably not. But if we can see the daily money flow hold up and we do get higher lows and higher highs and this retracement continues, I do think that would be possible, yes. To the meat grinder is crazy. 3-hour live stream. Holy. Yeah, guys, 2026, the year of free will. We're just 2026 is just, I don't know, horny goat weed and going live at random times and making friends with the customer service representative at your internet provider when they screw you over for 2 days. It's what you got to do. It's what you got to do. 2026, year of free will. I'm going to 100x long right now for no reason. I'm just kidding. Free will within reason. We'll say that. But yeah. See if I missed anything here. Can we go to 6 hours? Maybe not. Yo, Vision Pulse. XRP is garbage. I love it. Do I think an alt season bigger than 2024 is possible? I would expect an alt season to be similarly rotational to the 2024 alt season. Or if we get one, like if we get an alt season here, the context there is retracement, lower high, lower low. This does not really facilitate a massive blow off top on altcoins, right? Like 2017, 2021 style alt season. I think it would be more similar to a rotational alt season, which is pretty much what we saw in 2024. So yeah, I'd say like maybe similar, but like by no means am I saying, right? Like I have to be transparent. Like my bias here, until proven otherwise, hopefully it gets proven otherwise. Like I'm praying for that too, guys. But until proven otherwise, the bias is, lower highs and lower lows to come over the long term, right? Or longer term, I should say. If that retracement continues up, I think the altcoins can have a little bit of time to follow. But those would essentially be looked at as retracements as well. So, maybe you have a couple that go into all-time highs, a few that go into all-time highs, but I just probably wouldn't expect it to be like some massive, huge 2021 style alt season, if I'm being honest. Black Swan any day now. That would make sense. It would make sense. Not going to try to guess what the Black Swan is, but you could kind of... I'm not going to, no reason really narrative-wise for people to be bearish here. Everyone's looking up towards 100K. No reason to be bearish. Bull market, new all-time highs, 100K incoming, 100K incoming, 100K incoming. Anywhere you looked, 100K incoming, right? Lower high, lower low. Clearly marked off on the chart. So why is nobody bearish here? Why is everyone still looking for 100K? Because if they don't understand how the markets move from a technical perspective, there's no reason to be bearish here. They're just thinking like, well, Bitcoin's like more fundamentally bullish than ever. We had all these bullish news events. Like, why wouldn't it go higher? Which is a fair thought process. But that's not just always what moves price, right? Like, there's cycles, there's business cycles, there's liquidity cycles, there's buying, selling, liquidity. There's all this stuff that moves the market. There's market makers, there's accumulation, distribution. All this stuff is what really moves the markets. And it's not until you see the bad news come in, which was right here and right here and right here, right? Like you see that first big capitulation on bad news. Now everybody gives up. Unfortunately, the problem there is they usually are thinking, now the bear market is starting. How could you buy this dip? Look how bearish this chart is. Why would you buy this dip? Why would you buy this dip? Why would you buy this dip? We're going to 3K, and then they're late to the party. So it's like I always say, like one of the biggest psychological worries for me is when retail, and I don't really honestly know if people are screaming buy the dip here. Maybe everyone's bearish. Again, show me the charts. That's what I'm going to go with. But, when you have people saying screaming buy the dip, that's usually not the dip you want to buy. It's like all the way up here, everyone was super scared, super bearish. Not a lot of people were super interested in buying this dip, at least from what I could tell from market sentiment, right? This is a dip you buy. Same thing here. Oh my God, is it the bear market? We were looking for all-time highs, right? Not that I bought the dip because I was accumulated from much lower, but that would be a dip that I would buy if I were looking to buy dips, right? Why? Because the signs were on the charts. I don't care if people were bearish. I don't care what the news is. I don't care what any of that, right? I just care what the charts say. And typically, when there's no bearish news or no reason to be bearish and everyone is screaming buy the dips and the charts are screaming down, that is usually the dip I don't want to buy, like this one, and that is usually the dip where you get the last lackluster retracement for another big dump. And that's just my thought process, right? My speculative thought process. I'm not saying it's impossible to, just send it to new all-time highs. That's just not my personal thought process. For me to see that, I need to see that we have to get above a lot of resistance for me to change my mind on that. Short the pumps, absolutely. Shout out to Hopium. Shout out to Eric, said, this is why it will go up because everyone is bearish now. Is everybody bearish? I don't know. I don't know if everybody's bearish. And I mean, I generally don't know. Genuinely don't know. Is that the general sentiment out there? Everybody thinks it's going down? Which could make sense, right? Because technically, we are bullish, right? Maybe on the daily time frame for higher lows and higher highs. And that would make sense, right? Like I think a lot of people are probably not thinking, right? Like pain to the downside, pain sideways. People are probably shorting the heck out of this, right? If that is the case, right, and again, right, why am I not super confident that this is going to be the big drop? Well, it's the daily money flow, right? And this would indicate continuation up, right, which would make a lot of sense if everyone is like super short, continuation up, wreck all the shorts, right, get the bigger retracement to come in, and then still the bigger bearish case can play out, right? So, like, everyone might be bearish down here, which is very common, right? Like, at lows, people are bearish, right? Sure, my long-term bias here is bearish, but not bearish here, right? Bearish if we get a retracement to roll over and come back down. So a lot of people get bearish at the lows. So probably a lot of short liquidity above, which makes sense that the medium time frame charts like the daily are pointing up, come in, squeeze out all the shorts, and then eventually everyone starts, oh my God, all my shorts are wrecked, bull market, bing bong, slam it. That could be a situation, right? A lot of people said Max Payne would be going down. My opinion is that Max Payne is probably lure everybody back in Max Payne. And we'll see, right? Depending on what price looks like up there, if we do get the bigger retracement, right? Maybe we see something. Maybe the charts change, right? If the charts look super bullish for a massive new all-time high, we will likely see something on the chart. But my whole point to this is there's no reason to be bearish here. The only thing that's bearish is the higher time frames, right? High time frames are bearish. Weekly is bearish. Money flow coming out. The daily, like, in order for the weekly to remain bearish, you could come all the way back up to 116K and still be bearish, right? The daily can be bullish. The weekly can be bearish. So it would make sense. People get bearish at the lows, starts to look bullish, long from 85K, wreck the shorts, then send it for the big move down. But again, there's no reason for people to really be bearish here, right? Narrative-wise. Oh my God, all-time highs. And then Black Swan, right? And again, I'm not saying a Black Swan has to come, but it's just like, it is what has happened in the past. I've shown this chart a million different times. Where is it? It's the same thing as 2021, right? No reason to be bearish. Higher lows. How could you be bearish? That's bullish market structure, which is not wrong. Bullish divergence on the weekly, hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, which is not wrong. But again, the context. You have to understand the context. Massive resistance ahead on the 50-week moving average. Money flow coming out, indicating the trend will continue down. There's no reason to be scared here. There's no scary narrative. What happens? Boom, Luna collapses. Everybody gets flipped on their head. Massively bearish. Oh, my God. UST goes to zero. Oh, my God. FTX collapse. Now we're in a bear market. How could you buy this dip? Literally the bottom. So just an idea of how that could potentially play out. No reason to be bearish. Daily's bullish. Send it up. Oh, my God. Yeah. Black Swan. Boom. Now we're in a bear market. Don't buy the dip. Don't buy the dip. Send it. I don't know, right? Just an idea. I'm not saying it has to play out, but would be interesting. If that happens again, I mean, good Lord. Looming war is bearish. Yeah, I would say Satoshi, yes, probably. Yeah, World War III. Gold is mooning, yes, which is obviously not great for crypto. Yeah, everyone's still bearish because they're not in altcoin profits. It's probably a big part of it. I think that's why, like, no one cares about crypto right now. Even with the local volatility we have, no one cares. No one cares. Everybody's sick of this. Probably hates it. Shout out to anybody who got in this cycle, man. You got in on Bitcoin, you got in, like, very clean, right? Like, I mean, if you were in on the bear market, right? Like, clear bull market, right? Altcoins, not so much. I don't think anybody saw that coming. I didn't see that coming, right? Yeah, shout out to Hopium. Copium says, since that 2022 event, most altcoins have not recovered to all-time highs. Yeah, 100%. Silver is mooning. Yeah, gold and silver are absolutely ridiculous. Dold? Goddle? That's how you hold gold. You goddle. Yeah. All right, well, I actually have not seen or looked at gold in a while. All right, so there you go. So last time we looked at gold, obviously, hit the first Fibonacci extension target, pull back. Next Fibonacci target, 45.97 to 46.99. Here we are at the next Fibonacci target. We had the local Golden Pocket 786 retracement. I will keep this up here, right, because this will show, right? Golden Pocket 786. We had our, I believe the daily money flow was trying to come down with bearish divergences. You get the drop on this bounce. This is the level that you need to reject in order to see the lower high come in. Hence, arrow, lower high question mark. This level is almost the exact same thing I just looked at on Dash, right? It's like if you're looking for the lower high, it's got to come in here. If it does not come in here, what is next? If you break above that 786, what is next? Snap the high. Next target. So at this point, I would say next target to the upside going to be 46.99. Now, not impossible, right? This daily bear div. Now, I'm not going to angle it perfectly, but daily bear div. I think he also had some other local weekly bear div, I believe, as well. Higher highs, lower highs. You do get the drop, right? Now, this is gold, so 5%. Pretty massive drop for gold, not a massive drop for Bitcoin. Bitcoin will do that in 5 minutes. But you do get the reaction, right? And then once you get up to that 786, flip it, new high. Green dot printing on the weekly as well. So I would say bias here until proven otherwise. Maybe you get a little cool off, right? But next target is going to be sitting up here. I would not be surprised if you can hit that. Almost a 5,000, or no, we're still pretty far away from 5K. But yeah, I would watch this target right here, 46.99. Might get some turbulence here. You're at a fib level, maybe bing bong around, but that would be the next target to the upside. Insane. Insane. Take a look at silver. Whoops. Silver continuing. Yeah, like $91. Insane, guys. This is crazy. Crazy times. Crazy times. Oh, man. Obviously not good for risk on assets, but which obviously crypto is. Headed to the next target. 97, call it 96,411 to 111,62. Unbelievable. And you flip that last Fibonacci extension perfectly. Boop. That's your next target. Weekly green dot also printing. Insane. Dang. Nice old rounded bottom. Very similar to Bitcoin. Bitcoin likes to roar into these new all-time highs. Very interesting. It's like kind of the same thing. I mean, I guess you would just kind of call it a rounded bottom, but it really does just like to just like roar into them nice and smooth. This one, not so much. Let's check it on Bitcoin. Lower time frame. Let's see. Oh, dude, it's so annoying. My chart moved around. Go back over here. Okay, so let's take a look here. Oh, there we are. Man, we should have just kept watching this. So we'll see. Thought process there, right? And again, just kind of teaching volume profile locally. Bounce, retest that previous value area low, back into the range. Once you get below that value area high, POC is next. Bounce, Fibonacci retracement, can't get above the high. Potentially, same target, same thesis as like 15, 20 minutes ago. Can't get out of here. Whoops. The idea is to fill the volume profile in full. And that would just be too perfect to happen while we're live. Or even if it moves. Be too perfect for this to play out live. But it would be the perfect learning opportunity for the Mafia, just to kind of see how we kind of look at the price action through the lens of the volume profiles. Silver is hot. Yeah, shout out to Curtis. Satoshi says, I rolled almost all of my leftover gains from 2021 into silver for my son. Best move I've made since buying crypto. Shout out to Satoshi Glakamoto. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Are you going to get him his own Glakamoto? That'd be sick. Live on my lunch break. What a treat. Shout out to Highly Trained. Welcome in, brother. Still holding the short from 97.6. Let's go. Shout out to Highly Trained. Let's get it, baby. Me too. Me too. There we go. Up $1,000. Come on, baby. Keep going. Keep it going. You technically, what did you say, 97.6? You got a little bit of a better entry than me, bro. Pat yourself on the back. Shout out to Osgun, said, Frankie, if the price goes down to the value area low, that means 45-minute money flow will turn to the turn red with 12-hour red dot. Yes, that would be the anticipation. That would be the hope, at least, for the play out of the short. But I would expect some kind of a bounce here around 94.9. Let me actually see exactly where that MPOC is real quick. 94.837. So let me just get this. More accurate here. 94.837. Let me just make sure that's right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, 94.837. But you have the POC here as well, so obviously it is still a zone. But yeah, I mean, pretty much just a value area play here at this point, guys. Local previous scalp volume profile. And like, again, we pulled the confluence here, right? With the money flow in the red, looking for lower highs and potential lower lows to come. As I just mentioned before we got the push up there, as we started bouncing here, what did I do? I just grabbed the fib, pulled from the high to the low. I said, if this money flow continues out, you think to yourself, where's that lower high likely to come in at? Well, Golden Pocket 786 is confluent with the value area high. So if I'm looking for the lower high in the Golden Pocket 786, the fact that you also want to stay inside the profile to fill it in full makes a ton of sense. That is called confluence, right? Things all lining up together that you want to see. So I would treat this as a volume profile. This is definitely a support. I am actually interested in potential scalp longs here, right? And whether that's going to be back up to the high before a bigger move down. But I would say, I mean, if we get down here, it would be nice to see that, let's check the 45-minute money flow finally crossing red here. Let's see that 12-hour red dot, which I assume is probably printing at this point. There it is, right? So now we have the red dot and the 45-minute printing, right? There's that market cipher B116 strategy. So it would make sense to eventually continue down here. And then at that point, if we could say we come down here, we get a little bit of a bounce. That 45-minute money flow is still fresh in the red. We could potentially look for continued lower highs and lower lows. Doesn't mean you can't scalp the long, but we'll see. Up 1,100. Let us pull up the chat one more time. Yeah, imagine playing direction without hedging. Yeah, shout out to New Earth Guardian. Yeah, I think that kind of trips a lot of people up because they kind of just think like, how are you holding a trade if you're not 100% sure it's going to play out? And I just like, with my experience, I'm just like, man, if you're looking to take trades with 100% certainty, you're in for a wild ride. I left and came back, and you're still going marathon stream, baby. Yeah, we are going on 4 hours here. We're live. Shout out to Rudy, said now we need to see live scalping. Yeah, I mean, listen, if we get a setup down there, I'm probably not going to be live for that long. But if we saw the setup down there, I mean, I would take it. So here's the problem. Like, actually, I should do some research on this. I don't think YouTube likes, I can't show entries live on camera. And on top of that, not that I wouldn't take the trade live, but like I am so supportive of not giving signals that it would be very hard for me to say, taking a long here, right? I would take it, right? And whether it played out or got stopped out, I might be like, all right, took a long there, guys, got stopped out. Because number one, I'm not a financial advisor. And number two, if someone tunes into the stream, they're just going to see some guy taking a trade from a level. They're going to do the same thing. They might not have any idea what they're doing. And if the trade doesn't play out, I might get stopped out for a small loss, right? And they might get absolutely wrecked thinking that this is signals. And it is absolutely not. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But again, if you watch, right, like, I mean, I don't know. I could not give any more free trading education here. So, like, even if I left right now, I think a lot of people could probably figure out how to find their own setups. Might take some time, but if you watch long enough, here we go. POC dropping. Come on. Give us the alert. Give us the alert, baby. Give us the alert. Come on. Come on. Give a range. Yeah. I'm pretty sure most people could probably just look at the volume profile. You know, some people, like, they come in, they're like, I'm new to your stream, never heard of these volume profiles, going to watch some videos. They come back, they're like, I made a bunch of money with those volume profiles. I'm like, there you go, brother. There you go. They probably don't have any risk management, which is key. Yeah, shout out to Quicker. That's the thing. And, you know, it's not everybody just wants the signal. They just want to follow somebody. And I'll be the first, probably the only person to tell you, I could take the trade and make money, and someone else could take the trade and lose money, right? Let's see. Long's getting cooked. Come on. Smash them, baby. Smash them. Yeah, shout out to Jenny. Said, pay no attention to me. Yeah, I mean, I do that sometimes on the stream. I'm like, hang on one sec, guys. Anyway, it's honestly kind of hard to hide, right? What is the ideal TP for a short, for this short? I mean, if you are in from where I am in, I would say, where's my, so for me personally, again, I don't know where you're in from, so it's be different. But yeah, I would say, like, you know, if we push down here, it's definitely, I mean, this is the next support. That just makes sense, right? I mean, but at the end of the day, right, like originally, this golden pocket wasn't a bad TP. Just where I take profit doesn't necessarily mean that's where you have to take profit. It's all personal preference. Again, I'm looking to hold this as a little bit more of a hedge. You might not be in that same situation, but at the end of the day, right, if you're in from the top here, this golden pocket that we tapped was not a bad TP. The POC wouldn't even be a bad TP. Like, if these are all key levels, I would say this golden pocket and this 94.8 level were the biggest levels to watch. So, you know, again, I don't know where you're in from. If you're in a short from here, then that probably isn't going to be the best TP because it's not a very big move. But again, yeah, I just need, there's so much more information you would need for that. But I will say, I mean, this is the next interesting level of support that I have on the chart. So I'll just leave that there. And then if we break down, hopefully, you know, if we see that continue with the 45-minute money flow crossover into the red, and the 12-hour red dot confirms, right? Hopefully, you know, it'd be nice to see that even get a bigger move down to about 92K. Can't guarantee that, right? The bounce might come in here at the daily naked point of control. But you do have that 45-minute looking for potentially fresh continuation down. Give us the alert, Bitcoin. Come on, baby. Come on. Got to bail probably for the rest of the day. Take care, guys. Shout out to Quicker. Thank you for being here, bro. We appreciate you. Enjoy your day at work. Shout out to New Earth Guardian. Said, knock your heels 3 times and say there's no place like 200K. Instant Lambo candle to 200K. A win's a win. Whether you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. Where's vacation time? Shout out to him. I think that's him. He always puts the Fast and the Furious quotes in. Why is it called naked? Shout out to Easy Peasy. Well, the explanation is super easy peasy. Naked point of control just means that it is untapped, untouched, naked. So if I pull up the MPOCs here, all right, this was a naked point of control. Now it has been tapped, right? Price comes and taps it. It's no longer extending to the right. Or it is a naked point of control. It's not a daily. I'll pull up the dailies. All right, so for example, we had 2 daily naked points of controls up here. This is part of the reason why we looked at this as a key level of resistance to take the short, right? So 2 daily MPOCs, they are naked. They would extend all the way to the right of the chart, but when price comes up and taps them, they no longer extend. So Now we have a naked MPOC here at 92K. We also have a naked MPOC, which hopefully we can tap because that's the next target. Once this taps, this will no longer extend to the right because it's been touched. So naked means untapped. It was created here, and it has not been touched yet. Once it gets touched, it's no longer naked. That's why it's naked. As long as your win is above the your trading fee, yes, that is definitely a for sure. The burnt peanut streams for 12 hours at a time, but he may be on drugs. I don't know who the burnt peanut is. Shout out to Crypto Cowpoke. 12 hours is crazy. Y'all want a reaction? Say tap that in the chat. Tap that. Come on, tap that. Give us a beep, beep, beep. Give it to us. Give it to us, baby. Give it to us. Hashtag short stream. Shout out to Perry. I might have to go get some more coffee. We're just chilling. Chilling and making money, baby. Chilling and making money. Come on. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Bat phone going off. Almost forgot to like. Yeah, guys, don't forget to smash the like button. Or don't. And I don't really care. Smash it. Come on, guys. Push us into the algorithm. Let's see. Shout out to Brillo. Said, are my messages being sent? Yes, Brillo. I see ya. We see you, brother. Sending smoke signals. Tap that. Come on, baby. Let's see. Come on. Come on, just do it, Bitcoin. Go. Go. You know the MPOC is a magnet. You know you're going to go. Do it. Come on. 16-hour trying to confirm the bear div too. Yes, yes, 100%. Feels like it's going to reverse. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Maybe we hold the POC. Maybe she'll front run. Maybe she'll front run. High probability does not mean 100%. But even so, let's see. Man, maybe a slight 10-minute bull div. But yeah, like still money flow here. We just love it. Just go. Go. Come on. Let's pull the next fib. She really going to chop around? Give it to us. If they kicked me out of work, I will make my own money printing on that short. Shout out to Perry. You should have just left and just, just screw you, boss. Check that out. It's probably more than he makes. Shout out to you, brother. We'll never fire you, Perry. Got to get the kiddos from school. Shout out to Servando Estrada. Thank you for being here, brother. We'll see you next time. Thank you for the education. Shout out to Alexandra G. No problemo. Happy I'm able to catch you on the earlier streams. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Shout out to Alexandra G. We appreciate you for being here, and we know you smash that like button. All right, man. Like I just feel like we either got to wait for this to invalidate or tap the daily naked point of control. But this could be a boring watch here, just sitting here. You should just send him emails, Perry. Every time you hit a TP, just send him your P&L screenshots. He's like, dang it. How did he do that? I don't know. Somebody tell me a joke while we wait for this. Tell me a joke. Hey, I'm in the kitchen. You can't kick me out. I make the good pepperoni. Shout out to Perry. He's a pepperoni pizza specialty. You're the only one bored. We ain't. Come on, baby. I feel like I got to dance or something. I feel like I got to do something. We could do something. We could try to play some music now because I don't know. I just don't really have a ton to say right now while we wait for this. Okay. All right. Come on. 1 hour red dot. Push us. We never logging off, Mafia. We're live. Run it to 5:45, baby. I'm just kidding. That would be crazy. Maybe. I got a joke, Frankie Short stream. That would be a joke. That would definitely be a joke. Are we going to see baby candles one day? Maybe if I get that goat weed if I get that horny goat weed in, you never know. It's supposed to be good for your heart. Heart makes babies. Oh, you want to hear the intro music? Come on. This is 1 second music here. Yo, shout out to the bedhead guy, bro. That's crazy. All right, fine. You ever see that meme? What did the chart say to Frankie? Shout out to Perry. It's like a knock-knock joke. Don't hear the music. Is that better? I have no idea what the levels are. Like, I don't know if you guys, the music's too loud. I don't know. But I'm kind of vibing. I'm not going to lie. Get Golden to move it. Somebody get Golden in here. Dump it, Golden. Just hit the MPOC and then do whatever you want. Liquidated. Yo, shout out to Perry. Got the 1 second chart here. Come on. Give us some action. 5 second money flow crossover. What is this? 94,837. Love it. DJ Candles. We bros. 1 minute. 1 second money flow to 1 MMs to the upside. Send it. I just have a random YouTube playlist running here, guys, so I don't know what any of these are going to be. We'll see. Oh, we don't want lyrics, right? All right, I might go make some coffee, guys. Hey, we could check the... Look at that. She's sitting right there. Come on. Also naked. One tick money flow crossover. Nothing really significant here as far as volume. Come on. It's right there. Shout out to Jenny, bro. Don't do that, guys. Drugs are bad, okay? They really are. Don't do that. Just took a 40 contract trade on the 5-minute. Long or short, David? 95,271. Short or long? Long. Let's see. Come on, baby. Pump it. Pump it for David. All right, I'm going to go make a fresh cup of coffee, guys, because this one's gross and cold and almost done. Don't move. And, hey, when I leave, price might actually move. So, it does typically happen. I'll leave you guys on the 1 minute here. All right, be right back. I'll play you this. This is my new favorite song, guys. This song is fire. All right. I'll be back. How's the volume? Volume good?
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I will soon, soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom.
All right.
Vroom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom.
I'm gonna go get my horny go weed.
They not in the room. I've been so real, I'm down to the tomb. They in the way, they gotta move. I got a gas, they running on fumes. Told them way back, it's something new. It's me or them, you gotta choose. I'm taking what's mine, I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lower, I don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dotting those eyes. Don't take offense if I do not oblige. I can't relate, but like none of these guys. They hit me once and I'm cutting the ties. I was so low, but I'm back on the rise, it's real. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I will soon, soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom, vroom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm hopping now I gotta go. I'm looking back, they not even close. I had a 4, now I need a ghost. I got a wave like I'm on the coast. Same ones are down and I dare to show. So way that I'm ballin', they think I'm a pro. I'm getting sick by the money I gross. They saying whoa, I told them all what this is. I told them all I don't miss. Said it's my time, look at this shit on my wrist. And when they shooting this breaks, I'm going in a new gig, gotta shift. I cannot stick to the script, I cannot wait. Watch how I get it and flip. It's just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone. Just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone. Hey, just how I'm doing this shit and I'm gone.
It's brewing. It's brewing. All right. Dude, who does Frankie's music can flow? Yeah, I don't know who that is. I could probably try to find it for you. But yeah, this music is all like, we pay for this music. We still get copyright strikes even though we pay for it. But yeah. All right, it's brewing right now, so I'm going to go grab it. I just wanted to swap the song for you guys. Vroom, baby. That's like one of my favorite songs. This one too. Man, a battle at the POC. Watch it for me, Mafia.
Said I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. They been trying to get me cheap like a thrift shop. But I told them it's my time, check the wristwatch. They been talking way before they even doing something. Whoa. If they wanna play, let's get a tip off. Ain't no silver lining, dawg, this some rose gold. Getting new money, I'm a old soul. Yeah, I get it bouncing like a pogo. Whoa. And I'm too cold like Frozone. And my chick elastic, girl. Told them we ain't in the fake and this ain't plastic, girl. Bought a new whip and cash, now my taxi thorough. Way I'm shooting like step with my passes, bro. The way I'm playing the field, I'm in a league of my own. And now they all in they fields, I got them all on my phone. But dog, I'm hitting the climb, I got no time on the low. Way I'm shooting is messy, the way I'm hitting the goals. I'm taking big shots, just stop. Way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. I just left, but you know I'm coming back though. And you know I don't play by my rags though. Now go and turn it up to the max, whoa. Send a paper to me now like a fax, whoa. Got 2 phones ringing off the hook now. When I'm in the city, I get looks now. I was going bad, but I'm good now. Said I had to go and put my foot down. Told them I'ma get it and go. Even in the summer, man, they knowing I'm cold. I got a couple checks coming that I made out the flows. Might get a couple more popping if I do it some more. I gotta do it for real. Said I'm back in my bag. All my digits are climbing just like they all on a dash. And they tell me slow down, cause dog, I'm moving too fast. Might go and cop me a Tesla, cause dog, I still got a gas. Said I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot.
Oh, there we go, baby.
I told them this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm
Let's
taking
go.
big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop
Come
where
on.
I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't
At
playing
least
like
give
a
us
6
this.
spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots.
All right. Well, coffee is brewed. It's really hot, and we got the move. All right, we'll take that. We'll take that. Still didn't hit the target, unfortunately. But we did something. We got another little push. I knew if I walked away, price would move. I knew it. Bitcoin's official 1-minute dump anthem. Yes, we'll have to pop that up anytime we need price to go down. But guys, this could be a brutal wait here. Waiting for this. Let's see, especially like this 24-minute, this 30-minute green dot prints. We could be in for a little bit of a choppy ride down there. If we go down there, right? That would be the hope. But money flow coming out on the 30-minute, 45-minute also crossed over. Let's check that 1 hour, confluent with the 16-hour. Yeah, 16-hour red dot printing as well. And remember, these are also bearish divergences. So see what happens here. I'm going to give it a few more minutes. Hopefully, we could just lose this dang POC. Previous POC. I actually moved the... no, actually, it's probably just from a different time frame. Yeah. Come on. Take a look at it on the 30-minute. Yeah, so I would... Come on. No bull div. No bull div, right? Like, how clean would it look if we could just get the bull div into the zone? That would be nice. And again, not necessarily saying... Yeah, I would be careful there because money flow, right, is not, it definitely be some kind of a pretty lackluster bounce in my opinion. 4-hour money flow is dumping nicely as well. There it is, baby. There it is. I will anticipate some kind of a retracement either, right, whether we get it from where we are now, right, or if we get that push down to the level I'm waiting for. I would still say, like, more, yeah, I'm glad I did not just... I'm glad I'm still holding my short. But this POC is just quite turbulent here. Come on. Hit your head. Just do it quick. You could do this in 2 seconds, Bitcoin. Just a little beep, beep. And then at least we could say target hit, and we can move on. You can't leave until Amazon drops the horny goat weed off. Actually, let me text my barber real quick because I would love... to get this dang mop cut off my head. Should we do the hair? Oh God. It's never that bad. Actually, it is kind of chopped in the back, but it's never as bad as I think. Yo, I took my hat off the other day recently, and my hair was like really weird. It actually did. It was like this. And bro, I took my hat off and somebody said nice toupee. Bro, low key looks like a toupee. Low key. Maybe high key. I don't know. This stream ain't ending until Bitcoin hits your target. Shout out to Rudy. Monero dump. Oh, dang. Yeah, Monero dump. There we go. 4-hour bear div continues. But hang on one second. Guys, my barber's name is... I thought his name was Frankie. But it's Francie with a Z. I don't know. I don't even know what that is. I don't know if that's a real name or I don't know. All right. We'll see. Yo, Tony just texted me. Yo, screw the copyright music. Play Russ. Man, I don't care about the copyrights. Does anybody know? Tony, can you look into if playing copyrighted music, we can't get monetized, which I really don't care about, but would it hurt our analytics? Like, would we get, like, kicked out of the algorithm for doing it? Let me know. If not, we could just start playing whatever music you guys want to hear. Come on. Come on, man. Do something. Do something. ADA. ADA's going to be the same outlook as yesterday. Could take a look at the lower time frames, maybe. Super close to the POC. Yeah, I mean, very, very, like, everything kind of just, like, moves together, obviously. But, yeah, you rejected the golden pocket. This was the first major target, obviously a zone, but the start of that target here was the golden pocket. And obviously we did get, I think there were like daily bullish divergences down here. Yeah, little daily bull divs down here for a bounce back above the POC into your next target, which was the golden pocket. Flip the POC. Next target is the golden pocket. Bada boom. Once you lose that POC, well, money flow is still coming up. So I don't know if I'm necessarily looking directly down to the value area low, but we'll see, guys. I mean, at the end of the day, the money flow can fake out, but, you know, you have to take it at face value. This is trending up. So until we get proven otherwise, I would say this is still trending up technically. Could still just kind of wiggle to the upside. POC is your next key level of support, sitting at 0.3871. And then for a higher low, let's pull an anchored VWAP here real quick on ADA, or ADA, as some people call it. Okay, so you're losing this anchored VWAP. That would be important to hold. So I would say, like, this is a pretty important level of support here. POC, anchored VWAP. And even if you lose the anchored VWAP, if you do have to slip it, get back above, right? Like, that'd be an important level to flip. But really, I mean, just keep it simple here. POC, right? Like, stay above the POC. Doorway to higher prices remains open. If not, right? Like, the reason we have this golden pocket here is because we don't know, right? Like, this daily money flow is continuing into the green. We know the golden pocket's going to be a resistance, but, you know, if these higher time frames are going to continue bleeding out, this is technically the first place to look for a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. So hopefully the money flow can step on that and give us a bigger retracement, but we'll see what happens. I'd like to hold on top of that POC. Worst case scenario, maybe you come down to the full golden pocket, 786, between 36 and 35 cents. Only problem there is if you look for a bounce off that level, you got to be real careful around that POC again. 2-hour money flow crossing into the red. Can try. Let me go ahead and pull some local levels. I mean, I'm not really going to be able to. Got confluence here on the value area low. Okay. So this would be very important to hold. So again, really like 37 to 35 cents. Lose that 786. I'm looking to just, if we lose this zone, or this 786 decisively, it is looking like that golden pocket retracement is going to be a lower high before a new low. But until then, with the daily money flow coming up, it is valid to be looking for bounces at the value area low, in my opinion. As long as you get the confirmations and the chart doesn't look like trash. I don't know what it's going to look like down there. And of course, same thing that we described and explained earlier in the stream, deviate below the low. Right, even just from this local perspective, take a look at like the daily, right? Deviation below the value area low, lower lows, higher lows, bullish divergences. You get back into your value area low, giving you a beautiful target and roadmap for price to the value area high. Now, obviously, this would depend on where your entry is. Maybe you entered in on that divergence. Maybe you tried to front run it. Depends. But either way, high probability rotation from the low to the high. And now we've gone from the high, rejecting the POC. Only makes sense to look down towards this value area low locally. So there you go. quick little ASOS on the local levels. Mark them off so you can grab the levels. Those gold lines that drive me nuts. Boom. POC. Value area low. There we go. So we'll see what happens. And then if you have low time frame money flow coming out, yeah, same thing. 1 hour money flow, crossover into the red. Little bit of a bull div here. So, again, could bounce again, but this money flow coming out with your 12-hour and 16-hour red dots printing. 16-hour red dot confirmed. 45-minute, 1 hour money flow is what you would look at for a continuation down. So if we do continue down, this would be the level to look at. Shout out to Baru. Said nothing has changed. Short the market. Make the printer print for you. Shout out to Baru. Let's go, baby. Let's go. No alert going off here on Bitcoin. Go, Bitcoin. Make your move here. Make your move. Push or don't push. Absolutely brutal. Still hanging out. Sheesh. Shout out to 5 or Fifth 3, as some people call them. Oh, shout out to Fiat level. I guess people can't rewatch the stream then. If they're going to cut the stream, that's a pain. I mean, the internet companies have been cutting my stream, so is there a chance we could break through this without a bounce? Sure. I mean, there's definitely always a chance. Shout out to Salam. Let's take a look at Zcash real quick. All right. So, yeah, overall plan here for Zcash would remain the same. I've covered this many a times, just in general here. We have the short in the premium from the high here on our golden pocket retracement, which was a very important level of resistance. And with our money flow coming out on the daily, right, just generally trending out, we were looking for the retracement into the golden pocket, lower high, lower low. Very similar to exactly what we looked at on the lower time frame, just to show you that this is very confluent, right? Throughout any time frame, you get the bounce, money flows in the red, lower high, lower low, right? It's how you identify. Money flow is going to help you identify that trend, whether you're on the 3-minute or the daily. Now, we haven't put in a new low here just yet, but that was the anticipation for the rejection here at the golden pocket. Let me see if I can pull that setup here. I think it was, there we are, right? So that is now currently, to current price action, up about 23%. We got a total of about 32%. Beautiful, beautiful move here. And I would say, generally obviously we had multiple take profits that have been hit already. Optional take profits, of course. But money flow still in the red here, right? This does still look like, little bounce, lower high, lower low. And even if we were able, this does not look like all the other altcoins, right? All the other altcoins are kind of in the red, crossing into the green. Zcash looks different, right? Again, making it more bearish. So, yeah, I would say, let me see if I can pull up some of these other... yeah, you got the rotation of the profile, little back test of the value area low, not too shabby. See if I could pull up. Let's see. That TP was slammed. That TP was the same one. That TP was slammed. All right, so I would love to lose this weekly MPOC, which is now tapped. Lose that weekly MPOC. Hopefully continue, just in general, without all the levels on the chart, right? Like daily money flow, trending out, right? So like any bounces, even if we continued up a little bit more, I would say the highest I would like this to go would be not breaking the POC, right? Ideally, you don't even get back into this profile. If it's going to be super clean, like you just don't even get back up in here. But if you did... right? You would just not really want to break above that. If you break above that point of control, pretty good probability that you're going to snap that high. But with the money flow coming out, that is the lower probability situation, in my opinion. So my bias would remain the same. Like, if we continued up here somehow, right? Like, could still be a lower high and lower low. Invalidation, be flipping that 786. But, of course, plenty of room here to take multiple take profit, stop loss to break even. So pretty much very likely a guaranteed winning trade for most people holding it. But the hope, right, for the bearish play out is that we just kind of can't get back in here. That's a lower high, and we eventually come in to crack the lows. Now, of course, you do have those local supports, which this is a tapped weekly MPOC at this point. This was originally a naked target for a take profit. We wound up tapping it, getting a little bounce for a lower high and a lower low. So this is tapped. I would love to just lose this completely to get our next drop down to about 339.54. That would be the next kind of naked target here on the chart. And you also have a daily horizontal down there as well. Is that naked? No, that is, I believe, tapped. Yeah, that is tapped. That is not naked. Is there a weekly level there? Yeah, so you have the daily MPOC and the weekly horizontal. So this would definitely be another big target. If it does continue down, this is just a bearish retest for a continuation. This would be the next major target. And at that point, right, I'm probably expecting to make a new low. So yeah, continuation remains the same, right? Or sentiment remains. Come down a time frame here. Hopefully this trend can continue down. Lose this. Take out the low. You know, maybe we could see it play out in full. And again, I'm not saying this is obviously, this setup was, you know, pretty much New Year's, December 29th, right? I'm not saying, you know, this is the time to short it. This is for the people who took it in the premium. But yeah, I mean, the full play out there, if we put in a new low, I will say, like, the next major level of support would be sitting down here at 239. But, of course, you got to protect yourself around those supports. So I would say 339.54, and then eventually, you know, you could get a bounce there. But if we do end up losing it and putting in a new low, this would still be the major target. We'll see. Will it play out? Nobody knows. 339 is not strong support, so 239 is pretty much guaranteed. I think guaranteed is a strong word, but definitely I would say high probability. And yeah, daily MPOC and a weekly horizontal. I mean, if this was a weekly MPOC, I'd feel a lot better about it, but definitely going to be, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you get some kind of reaction there. It is a naked point of control. Right? It is not a weekly MPOC. I don't think. Double check that. Ooh. Hang on a second. Oh, it is a weekly MPOC. Why is that not marked off? Hang on. So I would actually pay a lot of attention to this level. Why on the weekly? Yeah. This is a weekly MPOC. So you got a weekly, a daily MPOC, and a weekly horizontal. Again, not necessarily, doesn't necessarily mean you can't break it. But definitely going to be a level to pay attention to. I did not realize there was a weekly there. I don't know why that was not marked off. They got another weekly MPOC down here at about 269. But yeah, I mean, still overall, you know, I don't want to overcomplicate it, right? Like minus all those other levels. Still remains the same, right? I would be looking for the drop, hopefully, to that macro VP. Setup remains exactly the same. And if it doesn't play out, right, well, worst case scenario in this case should be stopped out in profit. So already got a 30-something% move on there. Not too shabby. Higher probability, yeah. I would still say higher probability is to see it. Hopefully this play out in full. Now, really, sentiment hasn't changed here. That daily money flow looks pretty nice. Still pretty early into the crossover. 2-day, still kind of flat there on money flow. 3-day, trying to come out. 4-day, trying to come out. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. Can BTC hit 94K level? Hopefully. David's long in profit. Come on, David. Push it for David. Screw our short. Pay David out. Can it hit, right? Like, yeah. I mean, it's such a, like, of course it can. I would hope it is. These daily naked point of controls and the fact that it is a value area low and we're stuck inside this profile, there's just a lot of magnetic nature here to get sucked down there. So can it? Yes. Simple answer. Of course it can. Is it guaranteed? No. But there is a reason why I would look for this to come down, right? Typically, when we get accepted into these profiles, although not like a super massive profile, if I'm being totally honest, it's really that daily MPOC. Because even if I take that local range off the chart, right, it's like, what am I even, like, where are the levels here, right? Pull up the daily MPOCs, pull up the weekly MPOCs. This one's already tapped, so I'll just take that off, right? I don't think we have a daily there. Yeah. No daily. Yeah, there's just like not really, like when I just look at the MPOCs, that's just like the next significant level underneath. And then when you start to pair that with the idea of your value area low also being confluent there and the magnetic nature of these volume profiles filling in full more often than not, it just, seems high probability. But that's never guaranteed. So that's my viewpoint. Just very similar, just to kind of give you an idea on like why that's high probability, right? When we look at these volume profiles, typically, get below the high, POC is next, turbulence, eventually you do see the low. Bounce off the low, go to the POC, turbulence, hold the POC, back to the high. Reject the high, POC, turbulence, back to the low. Go below the low, back above the low, into the POC, turbulence, almost right back up to the high. So you can see we front ran this high. So, not necessarily impossible to front run it, but we do have the daily MPOC down there, which adds confluence. So if we had a daily MPOC up there, maybe that would have gotten hit. So we'll see what happens. Shout out to Dave. Thank you, bro. Please don't spam. Shout out to David. Said, I wanted to come down and take out Frankie short and then go back to 96K. Let's do it. Shout out to David. Would that keep you in your trade? Then we could both win, bro. That'd be fire. Get a little stop loss to break even, maybe a little profit taken on the short, and then send it up for the long for you. Yeah, the Zcash short is printing, baby. Let's go. Yeah, that was one that we were prepared for literally as we were coming down, even on the YouTube live stream, right? We were talking about the idea of seeing the daily money flow come out. And the idea that we would bounce off the golden pocket right here, and if that does bounce, money flow comes out, we would be looking for the short up there, right? Like literally like at the end of November, paying attention to that potential setup. Took a long time. Could have even made money on the long, but just like super patient, right? And then boom, send it down. But yeah, I could try to... where are we at? Where's the original... There it is, right? Well, we don't just say this. Golden pocket, technical invalidation above the 786. We didn't have to get up there. We saw the bearish divergences forming on the 4-hour. Left it, and then that was the original plan, right? Like eventually see if we can break the low because of the money flow and come down to the value area high. Maybe we can see it play out. And it's already, hanging out somewhere in here. So not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yo, shout out to Crypto Cowpoke says, if we hit that daily MPOC, I pass my 25K prop challenge. Yo, let's go. Shout out to Crypto Cowpoke. Come on, baby. Give him the 25K. Textbook setup for sure. Yeah, shout out to Brillo. 100%. Super happy with that one. Hopium says, low for today is in unless CC's got other plans. Maybe. Tron. I could try to take a quick look at Tron. Just take a look at the Binance Tether chart. We have not taken a look at Tron in forever. So our first level, I'm just trying to get my bearings here of what we were looking at. Oh, this is super old. This was local. Tapped monthly MPOC. I'm going to leave this here just because if we flip that to resistance, that would be interesting. But yeah, second, I mean, this was even local as well, as at least the Fibonacci retracement was. But we had the weekly and the daily MPOC down here, monthly and monthly plus, right? So we had a monthly and a weekly at this exact level. Which, I mean, dang, the last time we looked at this was technically in July. If that's where those fibs were pulled. So, but yeah, weekly and monthly MPOC. You had 2 weeklies, right? So you had the support down there. It's obviously impossible for me to watch every single coin as we hit our levels, but you push into the level, right? Low, lower low, no divergence. What does that say to me, right? Well, that probably, and money flow in the red as well, says to me that there's really no long to take there, right? Maybe on a lower time frame for a little scalp, but at the end of the day, what we really want to see there is a push into those macro levels with bullish divergences. Lower lows, higher lows. At this point, your money flow is coming up, and you get the bounce. So, you know, this is a tapped level. Let me see. All right, so we have a fresh monthly, so I'm actually just going to move this. I'll just leave it there for shizzies and gigs. Got a monthly naked point of control here. So I'm just going to hide this for now because, like, the more relevant level there would probably be the fresh level. So this would pretty much be the next major target. If I can get confluence here, this would be the next zone to look at, in my opinion. Got the monthly MPOC. You got the value area low. 32, 0.321 to 0.327. So if we can continue up there, that would be the next big target. And then if you could flip inside this local value area, maybe you can get the continuation up. So I'll just mark this out as a volume profile. Bada boom. There you go, right? Low, POC, high. So these would be the local levels I'd look at. Nice support there on the weekly and monthly MPOC. Daily money flow crossed into the green, indicating that the trend would likely continue to the upside since back here, or even on the trend to the upside, as money flow is coming up even locally here. You have bull divs. That's your bottom indication. Price comes up. On these pullbacks, money flow comes up as well. You're looking for higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. Boom, 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 boom. So if you do get a pullback, you could still look for higher lows and higher highs, and that would be the next major target, sitting right up here for me personally. If we can get a, let's just see our full fib here from the high to the low. What the heck? There we go. Just pull that on log, okay. Yeah, so your golden pocket sits right up there as well, backing you up on that next level of resistance. So yeah, that would remain true. That's what I would look at here on Tron. Daily money flow looking good. 2-day money flow also coming up as well. So you know, don't be worried. You might get some turbulence, but money flow says trend will continue up, or likely. Yes, we did go over Sui Trembler. Shout out to you, brother. Welcome in. Shout out to Daniel. We took a look at Sui. It's like we looked at so much stuff today. This is my almost 5-hour live stream. Did we look at Sui? No, actually, I don't think we did. Do I have a Sui chart saved here? We must. How do we not have a Sui chart in here? Let's see. Binance, there it is. Okay, so. Oh, no, we did look at Sui today. I'll just go over it real quick. If we do continue down, you got the red dot printing. If it does continue down, this is the zone to look at. $1.61 to $1.43. Golden pocket, 786 retracement. This box comes up to a local golden pocket. Like, this is the place to really look. If we lose this 786, you do not want to break $1.31 or $1.33. If you lose this 786 and we come and take this low out and can't get out of this range, much bigger dump incoming. But until then, your daily money flow is trending up. That is not bad. So you can look on the pullbacks for higher lows and higher highs. Somewhere in this zone, again, I just gave those numerical values. And, you might put a higher low in more locally, but I'm not going to pull every single fib. So that's what I would look at here. And again, if you want more detail, more in-depth stuff, you could scrub back. Might be hard to find on a 5-hour live stream, but that's generally what I'm looking at. Just general kind of direction, looking for that money flow to cross into the green to indicate that we could see the continuation up. Shout out to Dean. Says, too many people calling for 100K will either go a lot higher or a lot lower. That's not a bad thought process, in my opinion. I think that's valid. Yeah, when you have too crowded of a trade, usually price doesn't end up doing it. Just make sure I didn't miss anything here in the chat. Bearish money flow, break the low. Let's go. Shout out to Brillo. I think he's talking about Zcash. BTC bullish or bearish? Shout out to Pulak. I don't know if that's how you say your name. It depends on the actual context of that. Bullish over the next 5 minutes, 2 hours, 4 hours, day, week, month, 10 years. Let me know. I'll try to give you my idea. Because I could say I'm bullish on some time frames, bearish on other time frames. Frankie was jonesing to stream after those few days with whack internet. Yeah, shout out to Cryptic Crabman. Maybe that's what it is. Just itching. Let me go live. I woke up and I had internet and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hang in the Discord for a bit and then we're going live. I'm just gonna chill. It's like it's like a rubber band effect. Hashtag short stream. Shout out to Anthony. I think that's how you say that. He says, Frankie's a machine, logged off, went to work, ate lunch, ran errands, came back, still live. Yeah, just stream addict spotted. No. But yeah, we'll see here. We'll see. We got the 24-minute green dot printing. We'll see. I got the alert set to tap into the daily MPOC level. This is going to be the next level of support to look at, guys. I got my barber texted me. He's here. All right. Can you show your fixed range volume profile settings? Shout out to Zane. I have tutorials in the beginner series on all the settings and exactly how to trade them. Go check that out. You'll get all the details, how to set up the settings, and not only that, but like how to generally trade the volume profiles. But here, guys, as we front run this daily MPOC, we'll see. I mean, the level is still there. We're technically bouncing off the 786. I mean, it is a level. This is the zone, right? So there's no guarantee you have to come down to that MPOC. Technically, they are magnetic. They do oftentimes get hit. But right now, right, like 24-minute green dot, it's not like you have, I mean, I guess you get a little, some kind of like broad bull div here, but it's just not super pretty. Yeah, money flow coming out. So, maybe a little bounce here. But still with that money flow, overall anticipation would be a little bit more of a continuation down. 45-minute money flow, 1 hour money flow coming out, 16 and 12-hour red dots and bear divs printing. So, not weird that you're getting a little reaction off the 786. It's the start of the zone, and it's a 786. But when I look at this from like a 1 hour perspective, and I try to say to myself, technically this golden pocket 786 is a area where you would look. This is the first Fibonacci retracement that I would look at for a higher low to form, right? Higher low for a higher high. But you're just now, like, this money flow all has to just fake out back into the green, which is possible, just not what I expect at face value, right? This is coming out, it's crossing into the red. You have to say to yourself, more often than not, you will see that trend continue down. So we'll see. Maybe we hit the daily MPOC, maybe we don't. But again, that is the start of the zone. But we don't really, we don't have super, little tiny bull div here. Maybe it plays out, just not super beautiful in my opinion. Of course, you're also fighting the money flow there. So could it play out? Yeah. Is it super, super beautiful, A+, easy to spot setup? Not really. But also not super confused that you're getting a bounce at that 786. And then once you lose this zone, right, I'll even pull that Where's it at? Well, let me take this off, right? Let's pull up the original levels that we had. Pull that 786. Bada boom, right? Online with the POC. So, you know, you're still within the profile as well. So, yeah, it's kind of hard, right? Like, wouldn't be surprised either way. But I would say, like, you don't have a ton of confidence for that to be the higher low for a new high to come. I would still be anticipating a lower trend to continue, or downtrend to continue lower. But, you know, anything's possible there. Still holding the long from 85K. We'll see if we get down here. I got my alert set. Probably be in the barber chair when it goes off, but we'll see what happens. And as long as we remain inside this volume profile, right, you could also look at this, play around the POC, bouncing, right? Eventually, if you can't break out of the value area high, could just eventually fill that range in full. Does that make sense? So there we go. Started streaming 4 hours ago. I think the internet is bullish again. Yeah, shout out to Quality Crypto. It's back. It's back, baby. Frankie making his barber chill in the parking lot while he streams. Shout out to Jenny. Yeah, he did actually text me a little while ago. I didn't check my phone. Yeah, I got to wait for like 20 minutes. So I'm going to hop out of here, guys. Still got the short. We'll see if that daily MPLC winds up printing. But yeah, if anything crazy happens when I get back from the haircut, maybe I'll drop an update or go live or something. But almost 5 hours, 4 hours and 45 minutes live with the Mafia here. Kind of fun. This is kind of like a test, guys. I wanted to kind of cover that live price action. We got some nice live narration there, getting stuck in the profile for the new low. I think a lot of people probably learned some stuff here looking at that live price action. If you guys like it, let me know in the chat, and we'll keep these going. And with all that being said, I got to get this toupee re-glued to my head. So that's all I got, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you're looking for a place to trade, or you want to use any of the indicators that I have on my chart, you can check the links in the description down below. I will see you guys tomorrow right here on the Frankie Candles YouTube channel. Let me know if you like the earlier streams, and if anything crazy happens later tonight, you guys will see me again. 2026 is the year of free will. That's all I got. Hasta pasta. Frankie Candles out. Francie, I'm so sorry. I'm on my way. Bing bong!
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command, like, yeah, you about to see me on demand, like, you know, on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't ever going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah, at the top of the class on a roll, ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know, yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah, at the top of the class on a roll, ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know, yeah, maxed out, put the pedal